Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Progenitor League circuit. This is the June tournament. It is a pleasure to be back with you. I am Juhadre, and joining me is Shazbot.
Hey there.
You know, one of the benefits of having you right here is I don't need to point that direction to actually point this direction.
I'm right
with the
here.
windows. Everyone, we are live with the June tournament. Thank you so much for being here. It's great to be here. I do want to remind everyone while I hurry and move my cursor over here, don't forget that July is open. Registration is up for July 12th. That's earlier in the month than normal, so don't forget. But we also announced this morning, August is available. Sign up for August 16th, both of those starting at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Now, enough about future, enough about the past. Let's talk present. Shazbot, today, June, we're starting off with Pandemonium versus the Asian Boys. That's game number one that's getting set up right now, right? And one of the things that we always like seeing in PLC is our new teams. And just completely blind, just completely without any research or anything, name a champion you want to see come out of these two teams that we either haven't seen or have seen very little from. Just excitement factor.
Man, strict off playmaking ability and all that stuff. I am really partial to some big tanks, but honestly, we've had like a pretty good showing from a lot of tanks. So, we'll see. I want to see some Katarina. I don't think we have seen a lot of Katarina in PLC.
That's not a tank.
No. That's what I'm saying. The initial people that I thought of were like Skarner or some big bombastic ults or stuff like that. But I'm gonna pick a non-tank. I want to see Katarina. Let's see some big resets and some massive pentakills.
I like that. That would be a lot of fun to see. And let's talk real quick why we don't see Katarina. She's a lot of her power budget is in her ultimate, right? That's the whole idea. Her ultimate and her passive are what make her strong. Her passive is the resets on kills, similar to the rocket jump with Tristana. And the ultimate is where you get most of her power. It applies on hit effects. It's AoE. It damages everyone at a time, but it's a channel, right? So it's similar to how Malzahar works, and any kind of crowd control will knock her out of it. And with the amount of crowd control in the game, and with what is popular right now with Maokai, with Malphite, with Sylas, these types of champions that have multiple ways to knock her out of it, it would be really tough to correctly ban and draft Katarina.
100%. And we have a lot of, and I don't mean any haze on the people who play PLC, because they are picking these champions and not the champions that I despise, which I'll get to. But we see a lot of similar champions in the mid lane. We see a lot of Syndras, a lot of Viziers, a lot of these control-focused mages, which is great. I love them because they are not playing Fizz, LeBlanc, these I kill you and this is how the lane is going button. We do see Aries, but definitely not as egregious. But I do think that there is a certain level of variety that we are missing in mid lane. When was the last time we saw a good TF skills?
I want to say it was sometime in 2024, early. I do think we have seen a TF. I can't recall specifically, though. You have a really good point.
And I'm not tripping over. I'm not, oh, let's go TF. It's okay, cool, TF. I haven't seen that in a while. But we do have a certain level of variety that we haven't seen. I'm seeing chat right now that's Heimerdinger. I'd actually really like to see a Heimerdinger. Not fun to play against.
Where would you like to see Heimerdinger? Because if you remember way back when, there was a player in EU named Hjarnan who played in bot lane. He was popular in the top lane. He was designed as a mid laner, and I've seen some people jungle with him.
Yeah.
So where you could play him as support as well.
I'm
level 1 Bidoof.
Yeah, jungle Heimerdinger. I honestly, not top lane. Jungle top lane is already such an island, but if you pick Heimerdinger just to say we're not having any fun, I'm not engaging with you anymore, it's okay, well then go play Cassandre or something.
Well, Illaoi is the same way though. So now not entirely, because
I take offense, but alright.
Alright, you know what? You're inviting people to come fight you. That's how Illaoi is strong, right?
Yes.
You want to stay in a general area with your tentacles. You want people to come fight you in them.
Right.
It's not quite as oppressive and difficult to gank as a Heimerdinger would be, but it's the same concept. Can we at least agree on that?
Yeah. Yes, comma, because
Okay.
Alawi is I'm gonna beat your face in, and if you call for help, then I'll beat their face in too.
Okay, I
Heimerdinger
see.
is like I'm gonna play so safe that it's like well
The ellipses at the end there is for you to fill in.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you do? What do you do against that? I mean, like you could at least theoretically beat Alawi, and then you lose in team fight. But you know,
Right. So then, what I want to see, I was just looking over the patch notes with you and Billy Harold, and the healing on Aatrox's passive and his E were both increased. Now, we haven't seen a lot of Aatrox here on PLC. He's already one of the highest healing champions in the game.
Yes.
Looking at you, Briar. Looking at you. But he's also very strong. He's been meta for quite a long time. If you watch the LCK, he's still one of the staples for the likes of Zeus
100%.
and I'm trying to think of his name right now. Who's the top laner for T1? Or they switched. They just changed him.
When people say T1, I still think 20. I do not remember.
Right.
Anyways.
So regardless, I still remember. Those of you who haven't known me a long time, if you can see up here in this banner, there it is. You may not be able to tell exactly what it is because now this is like a 5-year-old problem. But I was a very big TSM fan back in the day. Loved TSM. Watched every game. Rooted for him every time. They were playing against Immortals, and I watched this guy, literally amongst 4, hit the 3rd Q on Aatrox and hit the Gore Drinker.
Yeah.
0 to 100% health.
100%.
Ruined the fight, lost the game.
Oh, and so then
They ended up losing the
grudge
game
began.
because of it.
Interesting.
It was and it was terrible because he was stunned by Poppy, he was stunned by the mid laner, he was rooted by something, and he still managed to do it. And so obviously Gore Drinker's not in the game anymore. Thank goodness for that. But then when you put the other bits of healing in Aatrox's kit and the way that you can then scale and give him the lethality, he's a very powerful champion.
100%.
And I think he would be a lot of fun to see as well.
Yeah, I'm glad that you can get over your grudge for Aatrox and say that he would be fun because I'm a little bit of an Aatrox apologist as someone who does not play for him. I think he's fun to watch. He's got some playmaking ability that makes for a good game, which I always appreciate.
I have to give one up because I'm holding on to 3 that I will never give up. So it's just the way it is.
Okay, all right. Oh, because of champions that you will not forgive.
Correct. I will not forgive 3 champions, so I have to give leeway somewhere.
I'm surprised it's that low. legitimately.
You were gonna say something. Though.
Totally, because I was just looking at the chat with Server Panda saying that Singed would be awesome. Because I wanted to bring up back in Krugkilla days, we had a Singed player. For whatever reason, didn't like to play Singed that much, but he was crazy good at Singed.
Huh.
He's a lot of fun to play with, and both the champion and the person. But Singed is I think a champion that because he doesn't fit neatly into the League of Legends ecosystem, that he's ignored a lot. But I think he's a lot of fun. And we're going into Champ Select, so hoping to see some Singed action.
You know, I was just about to say, once we have Champ Select available, we'll get it up for you. What? Am I a prophet? Is that how that works?
Basically,
it may not be how it works.
Reverse server curse.
All right. So I'm going to guess here that blue team missed a ban. We are going to get the Cassante out of here. Thank goodness. Hate that. That's one of the 3.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
and
totally.
then Samira being banned. This one is an interesting one to me because Samira she's hard. I've played her a few times, and I like it. I like Samira being banned. I think she's really strong, but she's similar to Katarina, where her ultimate is where most of her power is, and it's easy to kind of interrupt that. But the setup to get the ultimate is also hard. But 100%. Jungler's being taken out here. Zac, Kindred, what's the last one? Kaisa, another bot lane ban from the side of, I'm wanting to say the Asian boys.
Yeah, 100%. And I like the kind of cohesion of their band so far. They have like this message of not wanting these like flash ulti, like Zac coming in and destroying everything, Samira coming in and blowing up everyone with the ulti. So I'm very interested to see what the blue team has because they might be the kind of people to just have mega team fight comps. And then of course Pantheon is picked, who is not known for his team fighting. So what do you think about that?
I love me some Pantheon. I remember, geez, 8 months ago now. It was a long time ago now. Someone said, "Hey, here's a video of me playing Pantheon. You review it and give me some pointers and stuff." And so Admin and I did do a whole VOD review, honestly. And then I think I lost the video or lost the recording or the sound didn't work or something like that. But I did a lot of looking into Pantheon, and this champion is super fun.
Yes.
The way you can proc the press the attack keystone is bananas. You just empower W onto someone and it's procced.
Yeah.
That means all your damage at that point is amplified, and you're already doing a whole bunch. So if you run things like the Eclipse and Black Cleaver, those types of, and Sundered Sky even, because it gives you that crit,
Right.
just that first hit with the W is just going to be crazy powerful. And he is a lot of fun to play. I played several rounds of him.
Totally.
And I also got hit for 600 damage by one of his empowered spears just last night.
100%. I think he's a very flexible champion that is not traditionally played very flexibly, and definitely has one of the best music themes. Definitely. go
Hey,
listen
there
to
you
them.
go.
I'm loving this Braum Lee Sin action that we got going on from the red team. Both of them are very mobile champions. I don't think Braum. People forget how mobile Braum is, but the fact that Lee Sin is able to jump, or Braum to jump to Lee Sin, you can get a lot of engage angles there, and that's a kind of a scary combination, just out of a jungler and just out of a support. Now Lee Sin can be laned traditionally, but we'll most likely see him in the jungle lane. That's how we've been seeing it since 2010. He's just one of these classic champions who's going to be a staple forever because he's just got a good kit.
Absolutely. And it's really good for moving around the jungle. I miss the days when you could stack wards with him.
Oh yeah.
And you could get all the vision while being sneaky. But alas, we live in 2025 at this point. It'll be fun to see him though. He's another champion that we don't see often in the PLC. But Phelios and Alistar going the purple bottom lane here on the side of blue. I like that. The Alistar is just so frustrating a champion sometimes, right? His ultimate giving him so much durability. And when you pair that with someone like a Phelios with so much damage output, you're really not lacking a whole lot in the lane, apart from mobility.
Yeah. Red and white do not fight. And then there's all the more powerful when you have a big cow in your face that is just saying, you can't hurt me and you're not going to get to my ADC. So you either walk away from this fight or what. And one thing that I'm noticing from the blue team right now is the ability to walk away from this team is very real. They have some like initial CC, but they don't have a lot of like staying power here. So I'd like to see some of the later champs to either be high siege champions that allow them to split push or to force the red team to come to them. And at the same time, if you're looking at the red team right now, they have very good engage options right now. All three of these champions both have the ability to go in and to come out of fights very, very flexibly. And I think these are good response picks from red team about the blue team, because the blue team doesn't have any staying power in these team fights. What prevents them, Braum, Lee Sin, Sylas, from just moving out of the fight? You know?
Yeah. I like the next bans. I like them, but I'm confused by them. It's got to be targets, because the Kayle is... I think we've seen Billy Harrow play Kayle, but that's the only time we've seen it, so this must be a blue team special. And then the splitting of where you're banning. The pinching isn't quite so strong in this particular draft. But you and I spoke about Lucian earlier today. They don't want that going into the Aphelios. Someone able to get around that setup that they have on the blue side. So I like that. Renekton is also extremely strong. He's also safe. He's a good safe blind pick is the thing. So the locking in the Varus, huge amounts of damage, especially with the amount of frontline and mobility the rest of the team has, as you have so poignantly demonstrated earlier. I like the Varus pick. He's going to help set up with the Chains of Corruption. He's going to be able to put in all the damage with the front line that's already established here. Liking that. Gwen just got nerfed.
She did get nerfed, and there's no prominent tanks on the red team beyond Braum. And I think if Gwen is attacking Braum, then something's going wrong.
True.
Or the fight's over.
True.
So I'm not a huge fan of this Gwen, especially because it doesn't look like we've picked the top lane yet. It could be Sylas, it could be a weird Lee Sin pick, but this is a dangerous, tough pick. And I'm surprised that blue team banned Renekton because he could have been a good pick for blue team right now. Now, obviously, they might not be able to play him. Dr. Mundo is not who I would pick against Gwen.
Nope.
Okay. I was legitimately going to give it to the red team for picks alone. I do not like this Mundo pick. It's like he's an HP stacker. I don't think he does anything to match with this comp. Now, if he's just a cracked Mundo who just never misses a cleaver, then Mundo's just going to run over the game anyways.
The other thought that I have is the split push, like you were talking about, right? Mundo has a very easy build path into demolishing turrets and being a frustrating nuisance that you can never kill. Luckily for blue team, they have the Gwen, they have the Aphelios, so they have the DPS to deal with that. But at what point? Yeah. Because if you're sending 1, 2 people, even possibly 3 to go deal with the Mundo, then look at what red team has to work with still. And we haven't even talked about how Sylas has the ability to take some of these ultimates. 100%. How effective are those going to be within their own team composition? And does the Mundo fit into that?
Yeah, and you're 100% right. But at the same time, I would have liked to see Yorick or Shen or a lot of these similar classed champions that just split push better.
Set.
Set. Or even like Alawi. We were talking about
Alawi.
Where this is a unique situation where your team is so safe and has the ability to disengage super, super well that you have a lot of flexibility top lane to just be a bully, to just go for kills, to be alone and then pick those champions like sets to say, bring 3 people and then my team's just going to win because I have Varus and Varus is going to knock down your towers.
Absolutely. And so it was a Mordekaiser ban, everybody. I believe that production was trying to say that, but I'm a loud person and I did not hear that. So forgive me for that. Thank you, production, for trying, and we do get to see it here on the screen. Now, this should go relatively quick as we have already gone through and seen the team compositions. We just have to do it in the client to make sure that, they actually pick a champion, right? We can't have a game without picking in the client. So once this is over, we'll be getting into game. And Shazbot, you said you were going to give red team the edge just based on champions picked until the Mundo was locked in. So remembering what were locked in, where do you give advantage in this game?
I think it was less of like red team is going to win it and more even. I don't think that red team is like thrown away their chances to win. I just think that their champ select victory is no longer guaranteed anymore. Specifically because Gwen is very good into taking their chances.
True.
I think they kind of counterpick themselves a little bit. Now, counterpicking does not determine the edge of the game. I like blue team's chances ever so slightly. I think Alistar Aphelios is a solid lane. I think they just are going to have certain presence on the blue team that maybe they won't be able to end every team fight, but they're going to have like a hefty advantage going into team fights, going into lane states.
All right, everybody, we are in the 3-minute delay now, and I want to bring up something we didn't get a chance to discuss because we needed them to be in game first. I think the Vex was a terrific pick into the Sylas. Sylas is melee. That means he can't poke the Vex.
Yes. And his engage is dash.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's going to proc the fear, and Vex is immediately going to be able to unload damage, especially if you have that Pantheon, that was their jungler, wasn't it?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, it's going to be Pantheon because you put the Gwen in the top. Gwen could be in the jungle. We've seen that.
It could be Gwen jungle, Pantheon top.
No, I wouldn't do well into the Mundo. You want to... If it was a flex pick, keep the Gwen on top because it'll work against the Mundo like we've been talking about. But if you have the Pantheon on the way and Sylas procs the fear, that suddenly Sylas isn't so
Right.
so mobile, right? He's lost the abscond and the abduct, his dash and his chains.
Yeah.
So that's a great combo. I really appreciate the choice there from Jokers.
100%.
Looking really good. So Pandemonium versus the Asian Boys as we
Production making sure that we get the names on the right side, but I absolutely agree. I think Vex is one of these underplayed champions. I would hate a world where Vex is picked 100% big ban, but I like the flexibility to say Vex is a brutal champion against Silas or against these high. Anyone who's played with me when I'm playing Mbessa knows that I do not like life when I'm playing against certain champions.
Yeah.
And Vex is on that list.
Vex and Talia. Talia was a big one the other night we were playing.
So fun.
Man, it
Talia
was so
Poppy.
fun. And then Poppy, that's right.
Oh my goodness.
So I want to draw attention to two more things. Number one, in addition to the Silas, the Vex does really well into Lee Sin and Braum.
So true. Very true.
And second thing, look at our color palette. Okay, can we appreciate how much purple and blue is going on here? Not my colors, definitely not. But still, like somehow we were able to get Gwen, Vex, Aphelios, Alistar, Dr. Mundo, Silas, Varus, and Braum, who are all blue and purple. And I love that.
Here at PLC, we focus on the important things, and that is purple and blue. Purple and blue is going to be our theme of the game today, and I'm very excited on this. And I think you've really brought me around with that Vex comment to say that I think Pandemonium, knowing nothing about the players, knowing nothing about the playstyles, has the favor of the champion composition right here.
I agree. In terms of team fighting, Pandemonium has the edge 100%, but I do still worry. How am I gonna the Mundo? I'm not gonna try that one. That you guys can read that on the screen, right?
I'm gonna call him Gesture, like waiting.
Oh, okay. Well, Gesture on the Mundo does have ways to make this game hard for Pandemonium and to bring his team back to the forefront, especially if they're able to get the Void Grubs and the Rift Herald and give it to the Mundo. He could really wreak havoc on some of these turrets and be that split push monster that he can be. And when they do 2-3 person gank him, all he has to do is ult and run away.
So true. And I think that the lanes are advantaged in the top and the mid lane towards Pandemonium, but I think bot lane is going to be a little bit more balanced. I think it's a little bit more of a toss up. Thank you, production, for helping me Chester for the thing. No way I'm going to remember that 100%, so I ask for your forgiveness, both the player and the audience, as I try to remember Chester. But awesome.
The other good news is when the line goes away on our screen, that means our 3-minute delay is almost up. We're in loading screen, everybody. Let's see it in the chat. Who do you think is going to win, Pandemonium or Asian Boys? We are on the Rift for the first game of the June PLC tournament.
I'm very excited going into this one. We're seeing a very standard lineup and loadout for the blue team. Looks like Pantheon trying to get it out. Looks like we're not going to see anything too crazy. We do see the red team for the Asian Boys looking for a potential something silly, but as of right now, all's quiet on the Rift. We're doing a very, very basic startup, a little bit of a cinematic pan to make sure that we get into the PLC excitement, into the PLC experience.
What do you think about the... Thank you. We got Chester right there up front. He's making his business call. He's like, hey, man, where's my lane? Are we going to be late? What I was going to say is the invade, the lack thereof. No wars were put on chicken camps. No, and I think this is the good choice. You do not invade Braum.
So true.
There are a small group of champions you just don't invade. I agree with you that Alistar's another one of them. You start Q. You can get a 5-person knock-up, and the way that can impact an invade is just too high for you to risk it. And so neither team does, and I like that.
100%. And we're immediately seeing the Vex starting to bully the Silas, just immediately level 1, starting to take health out of his ult. it looks, this is exactly as we predicted, that the top lane, the mid lane are going to be really rough for the Asian boys. Just having a very difficult matchup here. It's going to be tough to start with, and it's only going to get worse. So hoping that the Asian boys can figure out something to turn it around. And it looks like even the bot lane is starting to get presence over. Braum taking a little bit of poke to make sure that they have dominance, getting those early level 2s coming out and trying to establish the lane state.
I was expecting a little bit early on the ganks, right? Pantheon is a champion at level 2, right? You jump, you stab, you've got yourself a gank. Very similar to Jarvan. Lee Sin, same thing. Q, E, you're looking good. And I'm mildly disappointed in this farming style that they have, especially because all of our lanes are pushing in one direction or the other. It's, in fact, Poyoyo having a lot of trouble here. Ignite is available for Murph from Jokers. I wonder if he's going to do the Flash Fear Ignite combo.
Yeah, and a very easy combo to set up. He's got Electrocute on the Vex. Very tough.
Jump in here from Jester, but the counter attack is there. Braum very, very strong. Up on the top side, Pog Maker rather, is just farming away. Yeah. Up 3, no real big advantage at this point. Jester wants to go in again. He gets the combo down onto the Varus. He's got the stun from the concussive blows. Sui Comet stuns him back. Ignite is down onto Jester. Flash forward. He flashes away himself, but now Less Vibe has the red gun. He's dealing a lot of damage. He still has some under spells, but the barrier and the concussive blows. He needs one more spell and first blood to the Aphelios. Will he get the second kill? Lee Sin is here to try and revive everything back. He flashes through the wall. He gets the rope from the Graviton over the wall, but it is a double kill for the Lee Sin. 2-2, 3-4 minutes into this game.
Brutal, absolutely. Just, and welcome to PLC, guys. If you're not familiar with the amount of kills that we have early on in the game, then you have not seen a game of ours yet, and we are happy to have you. But yeah, the Lee Sin absolutely making plays, responding at the exact right time, being in the right place at the right time. For that fight, was able to take a difficult situation and absolutely.
They're driving. He flashes underneath the turret, tries to get it, but he's already used his Q. And now Lee Sin on to Murph from Jokers. He 06 goes in. That's 3 kills. Feat of Warfare claimed by the Asian boys.
I gotta say, Lee Sin and Pantheon choosing to farm more.
Sorry, Hex Flash jump in onto Aljabi. Let's Vibe is trying to get in there, deal a little bit of damage. And, you know, even from behind, look at the pressure. We talked about this bottom lane from Pandemonium has.
100%. And do not worry about interrupting me. I will save it for the podcast. But, yeah, the Lee Sin being able to be in the right place. I'm not sure if he's predicting this or just happens to be watching the map and hearing good communications from his teammate. Remains to be seen, because it does look like Lee Sin is responding correctly to the top lane. Maybe try to wipe it up. Because Mundo is certainly struggling against this HP shredding champion. But yeah, both Lee Sin and
Pantheon here in middle. Poyoyo is low. No flash, no ignite from Murph from Joker. She's pushing him out of lane. Does he land that? Ooh, that was close. At level 6, that's a kill.
100%, and could be very soon here, as almost 6 minutes.
Dive underneath the turret. Chester is running away, but Pog Maker wins those fights almost every time. Level 6, he doesn't have another cast of the needlework. And Hebel's 6, 4, and 0, all 4 kills from the Asian boys.
Yeah, and Lee Sin is someone that could take this advantage and really push it. He's matching Pantheon in CS as a very clear gold lead, at least when compared to the other Pantheon. Just hoping that he doesn't get too distracted. I'd love to see some epic monsters from Lee Sin or whatnot. Like, he's gotten an advantage. He's gotten some breathing room from his laners, especially top and mid lane, who are, as you can see on the screen right now, struggling against these very difficult matchups. So Lee Sin needs to take this lead.
Into the ult and fear, and that is a kill for Murph from Jokers. Another engage down here, but Hebel is already in the way. Let's Vibe doesn't have anything to do here. Ghost is already down. No flash available from the first gank. Concussive blows, that's a stun, and that's another kill. That's a double kill. That's still 6-0. Hebel is the Asian boys team.
Share the love, Lee Sin. Oh my goodness. Still got some fights going on top.
Got a fight up here on the top. Chester has to pop the ultimate. He is... No, he stunned a minion! Your local Asian stunned a minion, and he misses it out! Oh, that is so unfortunate.
Man, do you think your local Asian got on the wrong team against the Asian boys?
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Oh no.
This is why we're friends.
Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. But seriously, I think it's a little bit of a mistake. I'm not watching these plays back. I don't know if Lee Sin had the opportunity to give these kills. You know, a lot of these were follow-ups to their teammates being dead. But having 6 kills is a little bit of a liability, especially because they're not on your carries. They're not on people that are struggling in these lanes. I like it, but if Lee Sin does not take this lead and turn it into something, it's not going to matter when eventually he dies and the golden jet goes back into Pandemonium.
Exactly. He's an engager, right? You want him to get gold so he can survive the initial parts of the engage, but really you need those items on your carries like you talked about. But he's so far ahead. Look at this. You're supposed to be getting your core items every 10 or so minutes. We're not even 8 minutes in. He's got Eclipse. And he's looking for another kill. In fact, he's actually looking for the Drake. This is dangerous.
No, I think he was just getting out of there just to make sure because, both junglers were on the ward at that point. At least he was like, no, thank you. I'm out of here. He is making sure that he's sticking around just in case they decided to do the dragon. But you're absolutely right. Like, there's too much pressure on a person on the front lines to have 6 kills and no deaths. But so far, so
Jester's
good.
In some trouble. He's going to hit with the Winter's Bite into the Chains of Corruption. Jester is going to ult for... No, he's only level 5. He just roared, gets away, and we have our first non-Hebel kill on the side of the Asian boys. That goes over to Abiyajabi. Is that how you say that? Albababji. Ali Babji. There we go. I got it. Ali Babji.
Ali Babji. Okay, I said it once, so I can't.
It only took
I've got 100% hit rate.
Cheshire wants to go in onto Pogmaker. He has his ultimate, and he has the Howl of Mist, giving him some resistances. Jump forward. True damage is what you need to fight the Mundo, and there is another kill. Poyoyo wants to go in on more from Jokers. The ultimate does miss, but this is 4 members of the Asian boys. That's a knock-up. Soikoman gets knocked in. Out on the backside, Abiyajabi is dealing some damage, gets the first kill of the fight. Your local Asian picks up 1. His teammate goes down. He's stunned, and he goes down as well. That's a triple kill here for the Varus. Ali Babji is suddenly right back in the game.
Yeah, red buff and everything. I gotta give it to that Braum. Being able to balance the aggro and not die, he was like the star of the show, even though he didn't get any of the kills. I really loved the way that Braum was able to kind of split the pressure and really divide up Pandemonium for that fight.
Oh, that was a blind buzzsaw right onto Pogmaker. He tries to get out. Hebel is going to hit him with the resonating strike. Teleport cast, but it's not enough.
Yeah, I loving the Asian boys' ability to react to the map. You've got to know that their comms are on point. Without hearing a word that they're saying. You can see it on the map, their ability to respond to each other's lanes. Very, very good. Alistar catching in the
just gonna jump him over. He took the grub. Hebel doesn't have one. He has to ward jump away, and that is perfect for Pandemonium.
Wow, very well played with the Alistar. The supports are kind of stealing the show a little bit.
I'm loving it.
These last couple of minutes. Supports famously not getting a lot of love from people, but I really love both the Braum and the Alistar. Their response to the junglers has been very, very good so far. Very much enjoying it. As we see on the screen, Silas is just hating his life still.
Ultimate available. Flash away. Your local Asian hits a minion. Oh, but he went back in. He has to flash away. Poyoyo wants to steal the ultimate. He'll use that probably to get back into lane. You can't use it right now. He's far too low. And Murph Jokers might have his ultimate up in 1 second. If he throws it, that is going to be the fear underneath the turret, and Murph from Jokers, but he takes another turret shot. He is still alive with 27 hit points underneath the turret. Jester's going to get the knockup, but can he get away from Hebel? Local Asian is there. Hebel gets hit with the ultimate, but there is no following that one, but a very clean play. Murph from Jokers is quite good on this Vex.
Let's see some more games with Murph from Jokers.
Oh, another fight on bottom. He's gonna get rooted by the Gravitum. Jester wants to stack up the stun. He does get it. Let's Vibe is going in for the damage, but the wall is gonna take a little bit. But Let's Vibe picking up his 3rd kill of the game. Collector is completed. Doing quite a lot of work.
Man, I wish there was a stat that was damage taken from turrets, because Alistar is both taking a ton of damage from turrets and is doing it excellently.
Ooh, Pogmaker, he's got the slow. He dodges it out. Is he going to get the execute? He has one more hit, but the Pantheon ult is coming out. He is one hit, and it is an execution. Poyoyo tries, but is unable to get the kill.
Man, these lane matchups are really starting to come in clutch. Like we were saying for the blue team.
Gank down here. They knock him up under the turret. They've got the damage. Let's Vibe is very strong. Your local Asian is going to be the next target. He's going to sacrifice himself to keep his carries alive. 12.5 minutes. No turrets have been taken yet, but the first one is about to fall on the bottom side. Jester is going to be the next target here. He's going to flash back the other way, just leading him on a nice little chase here. Heeble back on a killing spree after being shut down earlier. Let's Vibe makes it out. He's going to buy more items. First turret over to the side of Pandemonium, and this Vex is vexing the Asian boys for sure.
So true, so true. I am loving this Alistar. Like, he's getting caught. Like, he's having a tough game. The plays he's making, I'm just in love with. Being able to take turret shots for his team, doing that crazy Hex Flash play to just waste enough times to make sure that his ADC can get out of there. I love these supports. I want to see more Pandemonium and more Asian boys, because I love their support so far. And you're absolutely right. Vex has been making some great plays. Lee Sin is still a presence. He did die earlier in the game, so that shut down gold, but he is 8-1 right now. 9-1, my apologies. And is been able to take his lead and really make a presence for it. No fight can be taken where Lee Sin starts the fight. As soon as Pandemonium sees this Lee Sin, they need to respect it. They need to get out of there. Yeah, I love these supports. Oh my goodness. Okay, get these two a medal. They're my heroes. Being able to dodge that out too. But yeah, I'm really appreciating these guys. Looks like we're going to be setting up for Dragon that just spawned in. Not enough really support from the blue team from Pandemonium. Red team going to be pushing in here. Ultimate taken from Alistar, so Silas is going to be able to survive the next team fight. Red team deciding to start it. Blue team does not have a lot of ways to get into the Dragon Pit, but that doesn't matter. They do have engage tools. In goes the Vex. Knock up from the Alistar into the ultimate from Pantheon. They already have one kill. Heeble is getting low. Sui Comet is how you pronounce that. That's a double kill over to Let's Vibe. In goes Poyoyo. He has the ultimate giving him damage reduction, but it is not enough. And he is, oh my gosh, he almost healed through it. That's a triple kill for Let's Vibe, but that is exactly what we thought was going to happen for the side of Pandemonium. They win the team fight. Chester cannot do anything. And this is going to be Drake number 2 over to the side of Pandemonium. Man, Pandemonium had a quite substantial gap. They were starting to lose pretty hardcore, but now they almost have a 5,000 gold lead just from taking objectives from towers. And I feel like I should be more excited for this top lane fight. Gwen is just destroying this Mundo, who's just walking around and trying to survive. But yeah, Pandemonium is turning this game around and has a clear advantage, even though the scores are relatively similar. Lee Sin coming in for the counter. Pogmaker's in a lot of trouble here. Jumps forward, and Chester helps set up Heeble. This guy 10-2 now on the Lee Sin, and you know, Chester silently going to become the terror that Mundo can be. He's already got the Warmog's armor. You expect to see Heartsteel and Spirit Visage coming out next, which would be terrific against the Gwen, against the Vex that's ahead. But here comes the next setup. Onto the Rift Herald we go. Local Asian is ready to help follow up onto Jester. Heeble is caught. He is damaged. He is dead. Let's Vibe now 8-2 on the Aphelios. Flash from Albabji. He is out of there. No smite to contest. And this is the third objective over to the side of Pandemonium. That's Feats. Yeah. And at this point, I'm wondering how the Asian boys turn this around. They had a really rough laning phase, and I think it's starting to really show that Pandemonium having just so much power. You can see from the graph how it was a little bit on the side of the Asian boys, and now it's just clear and away back to the side of Pandemonium. Really struggling to see how they can turn this around. It's not like their team fight is going to be that crazy, but I do think that their ability to take and get picks is very strong. Speaking of picks, yeah, coming up on the top lane, but they see it coming. They've got, look at the vision right there behind the pit. That's what caught it.
Oh, man. Place your wards, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that.
And I think the Asian boys could have predicted that there should have been vision there because of the Rift fight.
That's true.
Earlier there, that is not a ward that was placed there because to prevent that gank. That was a ward that was placed there for that specific last fight. And now in the heat of the moment, it's very, very difficult to keep that all in check. But yes, I do think that Pandemonium...
Another fight, Ababji gets immediately demolished by Murph from Jokers. That was so fast. And now he's got the next ultimate set up. Poyoyo wants to go in. Murph from Jokers gets the first one. He gets the fear, and he's ignited. He will go down. Sui Comet takes him out. Pogmaker wants to chase Sui Comet. He will make it out. Local Asian, though, up on the top side, helps set up another kill for the side of Pandemonium. They're going to take another turret. That's going to be 3.
Yeah, and I want to highlight this Vex's build. I love that this Vex is going all in. That is found a lane state that she is winning very much. Allows Murph and Jokers to just build absolute burst damage Ludens with the Storm Surge to just blow up the ADC underneath his tower. You're like, you safe? I don't think you're safe, buddy. And then having those resets for that fight, even though she did go down, Vex is still a champion that once she gets a kill, once it's worth it, you can still deal an obscene amount of damage to the next person and kind of pass it on, so to speak.
I would eat that cake.
I'm sure you would. 100%.
What was that, a fat joke? I'm sure you would. Is that what you're saying?
No.
All right.
My brain is on Vex, and then I'm thinking cake, and I'm like, oh, okay, well,
It was the Gwen cake. She made a quake.
No, I saw it too. Oh my gosh. Okay, resetting. We're getting back into the.
There's a fight down here by the Drake pit. There's nothing really to contest. We still have a whole minute for both Otacon and the Hextech Drake, which, by the way, is going to be our soul. We didn't call that out earlier. The first engage here onto Sui Comet. Jester has arrived. And, Pogmaker wanting to set up the next play. Aljabi gets caught. Pogmaker chasing forward still. Sui Comet is going to be hit. And the Grand Starfall shows up as well. They're a little early, though. I don't see the reason they need to fight here. You don't follow that one. It's way too far. But a great shot from Murph from Jokers. They pull up the Rift Herald. Now, this is where we get into the 4D chess here, right?
Yes.
You are pushing 2 lanes simultaneously, and if you win, you get another kill. They don't get either of the objectives. In fact, it's going to be a double charge Herald with a kill over to the side of Pogmaker. They're going to correct them. I don't think they even want the objectives anymore.
Well, I think they might still get the objectives. Now, the Asian boys are now respawning. They have a good chance to be able to do this, but it's like, what does Lee Sin do? Like, he can't... with the Vex ulti on that last team fight, it may have hit Lee Sin. She wouldn't have followed that, but it prevents Lee Sin from pushing forward to getting wards. They're absolutely setting up for the dragon, even though the dragon was not spawned. Now, League of Legends is famously a turn-based game. You are always playing 30 seconds from now. What is the game going to look like 30 seconds from now? And then I'm going to decide to make that play. Blue team, the Pandemonium wants to do Drake, wants to do Otacon, and so what do? They take team fights, they push things out, and make sure the vision can't be there, so that they can get the Drake, so that they can get Akshan, so that they can crack the base. Now that team fight could have gone differently, but Pandemonium with a much of lead is like, I'll take that bet. We have the power, we have the ability to say, I think we can dictate the way the game state is going to be 30 seconds from now, that if you decide to contend with us, we'll take that. And if you decide not to contend with us, then we're going to have all the vision anyways. We're going to be able to take the dragon. You'll be at a disadvantage anyways. I think Pandemonium is absolutely playing the way they should be. The graph, thank you, production, is absolutely reflecting this. And
he got the kill on the Gromp, jumps in onto Hebel. Ignite is in. How low does he get? I'm going to guess dead. Oh, man, that was close. I was really close. All right. Well, that is another kill, and it just goes back to the power of the Vex. We've been talking about the pick since Champion Select. Look at the disparity in mid lane. That's what we brought up first. That was where the first problem came in, and now Vex is raining terror on Summoner's Rift. Going to make it even worse when that Shadow Flame comes up.
100%. And solo queue, take notes. Vex is 5-3 at the time that she killed Lee Sin, and yet is the terror. Just because her numbers are small does not prevent her from. Okay,
Another fight up here. Pogmaker in a 1v2 scenario gets stunned, but is healing quite a lot with that Riftmaker in the passive. Ignite is in. Is it enough? It is definitely not. Pogmaker now on a rampage. They come in with the rest of the Asian boys. An inhibitor has been taken on the bottom side by Mur from Jokers, working on the second while his team is up on the top. Mur from Jokers is ready to fight. Evil doesn't want to go in onto him. He goes in for a few more auto attacks. This might be a triple inhibitor play from the side of Pandemonium. That's 2 up on the top side. 2 DPS champions take out yet another turret. 3 champions take down the inhibitor. This is it, everybody. Only 2 buildings stand between Pandemonium and a win.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pandemonium is doing an excellent job just pulling apart this the red team. Just the Asian boys are just responding, and Pandemonium is dictating the pace of the gameplay.
Hex flash. Okay, but spell immune there onto the Mundo. The next fight, Pogmaker is in the front lines again. 3 items completed here. 1v4 is going to get stunned, but in comes the Vex. That's the fear. Let's Vibe goes godlike. That's a second kill. That's a triple kill. Do we see the Quadra? It is 4. Flash forward for the stun. Will they set it up? It is not a pentakill! Not Pogmaker indeed. He pogs his own teammate, and for it, he goes into the fountain, but that is Pandemonium getting the first win in June.
What a great game 1.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That was, we got a little bit of back and forth. Our Quadra kill, super good. And now, gotta say, the stars of the show, I still think are the supports.
They did a great job. The early parts of the game set everything up. All of those advantages on the gold graph came from support plays, absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. I what a great game 1. My heart's going. I'm excited. This is going to be a good tournament day.
You know how we're going to know?
How are we going to?
When we come back with game number 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PLC broadcast. I am VG Shazbot, and with me today as my color commentator is Billy Harold. How you doing, Billy?
I'm doing all right. I've been working on some bacon today, and production can smell it from their house.
100%. And speaking of sizzling good cooks, what a great game one. And I'm looking at the lineup for game two, and I'm excited. We got some heavy hitters for game two.
Yeah, honestly, the jungle from last game, that Lee Sin, he was going almost. It looked like he was going 1v9 for the first part of the game as well. So it was certainly a rough game on the red side for the Asian boys. I put in my own vote before the game saying, "Let's go Asian boys," and yeah,
didn't work out.
Anyway, it didn't work out. But,
worth the watch if you missed it. Super good first game, and I think the second game could be a contender for another good one. We got Filmy, who is a past victor of the PLC tournaments, so they are a returning champion, if you will, and then a new name to the lineup, the Durian Defenders. And I was trying to think of a joke about Durians not smelling so good, but they did win their first game, so who knows? They could be a big swing for these gents.
For sure.
You talk about good segue. Production
right into our draft.
Are these the bands that we have so far? It looks like yes. We've got some heavy hitters that Filmy has knocked out. Talked about that for me, Billy.
Yeah, and so we've got this Darius, Olaf, Swain. A lot of these really tanky bruisers. AD bruisers or AP bruisers, either way, just getting those out of the fight, it might be good for these. If you've got something that you need to protect the backline for, you don't want that backline being taken over by these bruisers. A little bit on the bands from red side, you've got your Tristana, you've got your Tom Kench. A lot of these annoying pushers, or just the absolute denial of just the zoning that Wei has as well. We can see here in the picks, we've got Victor and Ash on Durian Defenders, and Misfortune from Filmy.
Yeah, and I can already see some cohesive some picks going on. Misfortune Jarvan, just an absolute classic of the Jarvan creating the ring and Misfortune laying an ult right on top of it. It's a tale as old as time since season 1, and it keeps coming back for a good reason.
And yeah, I've had it happen to me so many times when I'm up against a Misfortune and Jarvan. Jarvan ults me and Misfortune ults, and I'm just like,
life's pain.
Okay. Yep. And looks like we've got Ari possibly into Victor in the mid lane. It's yet to be seen exactly where they are yet, but Misfortune and Ash is certainly Ash has a lot more of the DPS, but Misfortune a lot more bursty. So it'll be interesting to see what gets picked here on support for Durian Defenders.
Yeah, and we're seeing that Filmy is picking a much more flexible, like they have the movement options with the Ahri ultimate, with the Jarvans, and not so much the mobility with Victor, Ash, and then to follow that pattern, Xin Zhao. Although I like the Xin Zhao both being able to create that really early game pressure with some level 2, level 3 ganks. You can just go buff straight into a gank with Xin Zhao, and it will work. And also the ability to create space with the Xin Zhao ultimate, I think, is a good response into the Jarvan.
Oh yes, especially with a Misfortune ult. If Xin Zhao gets in there and just ults people away, and then he can be essentially immune to that ultimate because she's outside of his bubble, or she starts to ult and he pushes her away, gets her to cancel it. Various different combinations and various different ways that you would be able to counter those different abilities.
100%. And now we're seeing the support bans coming in from both teams as neither support has been selected for the teams, and we hear productions everywhere moan as the Senna ban comes in, and it looks like that we're gonna have a pretty dynamic team comps coming in here. What bans would you like to see,
Well,
Billy, out of this?
It looks like we are getting that Rel ban most likely. What I would probably ban against this team is, like, they've got a lot of those tanks, they've got a lot of those bruisers. I would go for somebody who's a jungler or just a high DPS, just to get that out of the way. But it looks like they're still going for those supports in this last ban phase. From last game, those supports were making those plays. They were the
100%.
ones that were just absolutely dominating the scene as far as making or breaking the play.
Yeah.
They enabled their carries to do what they did.
Yeah, and red team is in a little bit of an awkward position, required to blind pick something, either their support or top lane, which are famously very, very counterpick lanes. There's the Aatrox that Juhadri and I were talking about before game 1 on Durian Defenders, no less. That is a very interesting blind pick to choose on red 4.
I'm unfamiliar with the players from Durian Defenders, so I can't really say how well they would be able to play any of these champions.
Mm-hmm.
But I have seen Aatrox carry games before. I have seen Aatrox absolutely lose games for their team. So it can
So
go
true.
either way.
Yeah. Wow, Jax and Shen as another pick. Honestly, a very interesting flex pick. There is a chance that we see Jax go jungle and someone else go top lane. Okay, nope. We're
So it
seeing
looks
Leona
like it was
instead.
potentially Shen's support, but we've got Leona there now. But that tanky support being especially somebody who can lock people down for Misfortune. That looks to be what they're going for with this. And those are the supports that work great with Misfortune, is somebody who can engage, somebody who can lock down. With Shen, you've got his dash, you've got that taunt, and then he can, with his bubble, he can, take all the auto attacks he wants for a couple seconds.
Yeah, 100%. And you can kind of see the idyllic scenario with Leona ulting long range, Jarvan able to respond on that into the Misfortune
Yes.
ulti. Now, games don't always last that way. I totally agree. I'm looking at the chat. Server Panda, you're absolutely true that they are cooking with Leona Misfortune, a very aggressive lane. But I do like the Renata Glask, the ability to lay down an aura of protection with that ulti to be able to CC potentially 4 or 5 people in a team fight. Not necessarily going to get any kills from that, but that 1.5 seconds of CC is nothing to shake a stick at. Of course, what we're seeing on the screen right now is going to be them running through that pick ban again, just to make sure that it is in the client. Now that we've seen the champions, Billy, who are you giving it to just off the champ picks alone?
Off the champion picks, I would go with Filmy on this one. But there is still potential, especially with Renata Glask, being able to counteract the entire engage from Filmy just with the ult. And it can possibly save their entire team from those heavy engages, from that, Jax jumping in and just the combinations of CC from Filmy. Renata Glask can completely disengage that entire fight. And so you've got Renata Glask being able to do that. You've got Victor, who's able to get people to spread out. You don't want to stay close together when Victor ults, otherwise your entire team is just going to go away one by one. You've got Xinjiao, who's able to disperse the enemy team as well and get them to essentially not be all clustered together. They're not going to... So you're looking to disperse and take them out one by one if you're on Durian Defenders. But if you're on Filmy, you're looking to bait out these counter engages and then collapse on them.
Totally, 100%. And I think that something that we haven't talked a lot about, I think there is a lot of weight on top lane. Traditionally, an island, so to speak, where not a lot of weight is put. But the potential scaling from Jax I think your insight earlier on, I think Aatrox has the ability to either make or break this game, because if Jax is able to run away with the game, he will run away with the game. And it honestly doesn't matter what Durian Defenders does after that if Jax is allowed to run away. And so I like the aggressive picks on bot lane to allow Jarvan to either respond to top lane if it's not going so well, or if top lane is going really well, to add the extra pressure on bot lane.
Yes, and that extra pressure on bot lane can certainly snowball with Miss Fortune, especially against a rather squishy bot lane here. We've got Ashe and Renata, and neither of them typically build a lot of hit points, so you're going to be looking for a lot of damage coming from this Miss Fortune, a lot of burst, and honestly, I could see a lethality Miss Fortune coming from this, and just chaining that double up off of minions and taking out half of Ashe's hit points from a single Q.
Yes. Yeah, it will not take a lot for Miss Fortune to pick up this game, like building a lethality, and to run away with it. I think you're absolutely right. And I do think that if Durian Defenders Durian Defenders will win this game if they can stable out, if they can take all of this chaos that Filmy is looking to provide, and if they can hold their ground, then I think the attack speed inject that Renata Glass will work on many of these champions. I think Filmy will have a difficult time if this game is relatively neutral at 20 minutes.
Yes. And with Miss Fortune, if she gets hit by the Renata ult, there's a couple of her teammates that will be okay. We have Jax, who will probably be safe. We have Leona, who will probably be safe. But if Ahri gets hit, or if J4 gets hit, they're going to, unless J4 is building straight tank, they're going to be very susceptible to those auto attacks from Miss Fortune.
Yeah, 100%. And they're going to hurt, but I think all the more reason for to build things like lethality, so that her game is front heavy. As the game goes on, her being weaker later on is not going to matter if they're focusing on ults, if they're focusing on not getting a Renata Glass to ulti, and shifting that pressure to Jax. I think this game could go either way, but I think the game will be won if Filmy takes an advantage early, and I think Durian Defenders have a strong way to win this if they can stabilize and make sure that Filmy doesn't run away with the game.
Yes. So if you're able to keep control of your team, keep control of your comms, it'll have to be very well coordinated to be able to fight against that solid of a team. And just the amount, you could even have Ahri running away with the game with the late game scaling, especially with how well her ability power scales on that. And so she could come in and easily clean up any team fight, and so you could engage with Miss Fortune and Leona and Jax and J4. Ahri comes in late and just cleans up the entire team fight, and it could easily go either way if played right.
100%. I think she's such a flexible pick here, and that's why I like the Jarvan Ahri. Their roaming is going to try to take the stability that Durian Defenders are trying to lay out and throw a wrench into that. I think if they Filmy, who has historically been very strong on the map, I think is going to make some really uncomfortable positions for Durian Defenders, who are probably feeling pretty confident after game one. Of course, we did not see that on stream. The bar disappearing means that we are about to go into the game. So in the chat, would love to see who do you predict is going to win the game? Is it going to be Durian Defenders in the red team, or Filmy on the blue corner? Love to see those predictions going on as we are loading into the Rift right now. I asked you, Billy, on who you thought would win. I think that Filmy has probably got a really good shot as a returning...
They have a solid champ select, so...
Totally. But yeah, I'm excited for this game. I think we had an incredible game one, and I think we're going to have an incredible game two.
Absolutely, I certainly agree with that. I can already tell you that it is going to be in typical PLC fashion. We're going to have kills all around, and whether it's from one side or both sides, it is going to be messy, and
So true.
as it always is.
Mhm.
So here we're just about loaded in here, and we'll see how this game goes.
Yeah, I think as we've been saying, I think Filmy. The reason why I give it to Filmy is because PLC is a tournament of chaos, and I am biased to say that we will probably have more chaos, and Filmy has picked a team that says we thrive in chaos. We are still loading into the game. Production tells us that they're resolving a couple things, and we are going to resolve those no problem. We are, I am just, now, talk to me about Victor versus Ari. I'm not so familiar with the Ari matchup. These are two champions that I don't play in mid lane as much. Are you familiar as much?
A little
with
bit.
on top. Go for it.
Yes. So, all right. So looks like we are in game now. We can see here with that Victor Ari matchup that they're going to be trading a lot. It is going to be just a poke fest. They're going to be going back and forth all the time, as we were seeing at the very beginning there. And with Jax and Aatrox, Jax is able to get Aatrox to disengage with this, but just the ability that every lane matchup has, they're matched up quite equally, in all honesty, and it's going to be coming down to these team fights in the late game here.
Just highlighting real quick, we did miss the beginning of this game in which Filmy was able to invade and get a kill onto the Aatrox, which is going to give J4 a little bit of a boost at the beginning of the game. We're seeing some big back and forth on the mid lane. Geo and Wazy already at half health at level 2.
And so, yeah, even with that half health, they can still, there's a lot of trading potential here. We can see that Wazy is winning these trades barely. He is spending a lot of mana, so I wouldn't necessarily call it winning the trades, but he is certainly putting that pressure on Ari. And we have Aatrox here taking that stun from Jax, and Jax wanting to just disengage that.
Yeah, and 100%. And these early skirmishes are going to be a lot what we see with these big champions as they slug it out with each other. Notably, a lot of these slugfests and potions are still up for everyone except for Ari, who is getting poked out and happening.
Yeah, so that mid lane can go either direction. Looks like we've got Aatrox getting a good root and pull onto this Jax. Jax wanting to disengage that, using his potion to be able to get away. Downside of Jax into this matchup is you do have mana, and so you're not going to be able to sustain that lane quite as much. You have to conserve your resources. But with Aatrox, your resources cooldowns, and you can just keep comboing over and over onto this Jax and eventually bully him out of lane.
100%, and not to mention that you're healing a little bit out of it too, so your sustain is much better. Although the clock is ticking for that top lane. If Aatrox does not prevent Jax from scaling, he will scale.
Yes, and so that's going to be Aatrox's job this game. It looks like is keep Jax where he is, keep pushing top lane, keep Jax forced into top lane so he can't go anywhere else. Because as soon as Jax starts roaming, that's when the team fights start happening. That's where your team's weakness shows. But in the lane matchups, we've got we've got those matchups that are fairly equal. Leona jumping in with a root.
Oh my goodness, blowing them up right away. They're going to be chasing down the Renata Glass, who's going to be able to get out safely. A early kill towards Misfortune. Leona able to pick up that kill is not going to be what they want to see.
Yeah.
Big hit from Aatrox, going to be able to pull them back. Low health Jax is not what you want to see. He's going to have to recall after that one.
Yeah, he is going to have to recall, but it was a very good disengage here. If he can manage to keep this Aatrox off that tower, looks like a charm going onto Wazy in mid lane, managing to disengage that as well. Jax surprisingly keeping Aatrox off of his turret at such low hit points.
Despite a pseudo tower dive right there, he was
Yes.
able to hold them off just fine. Now, Aatrox does not have any sort of revive mechanic anymore, so a tower dive is certainly very dangerous for him, and so him not choosing to take that fight is probably a wise one. Like
We've got a
J4
gank
coming
from
in,
J4 in the mid
missing
lane.
the flag and
Ari
drag.
getting the charm, and the kill goes over to J4 to claim the feat of warfare.
Yeah, 3 kills on Filmy right away. This is the exact scenario we did not want to see for Durian defenders. Who are already starting to cause all that chaos.
And we've got a little bit of that poke from Renata coming in to kind of discourage Filmy from engaging too much. It looks to still be a very, very balanced matchup between Bacon Lips and Dire Spark here in the top lane. They seem to be fairly equally skilled, actually, with each other, and they're both learning to respect their lane matchup.
Which I think is a little bit dangerous, because if Aatrox, who is zoning him off the creeps, going even is not what Aatrox wants. Now he is down a death, but it has 20 CS up on Jax. But this kind of pressure is being even is not what he wants. He needs to win.
Yes. You know, one way to win that lane is to keep your opponent from getting that CS, to keep them from getting that gold and getting the gold lead that way. He doesn't need the kills as long as he can get every minion wave. And Aatrox is a champion who can easily stay in lane for several minutes at a time just to keep things going and to keep somebody from going back.
Xin Zhao is waiting in that bush to try to see if he can get a cheeky gank off on Jax. Jax is jumping in, but Xin Zhao knows not to play his hand. Probably not going to be able to get anything off of this until the minions bounce back. So he's going to be recalling off of that.
Aatrox taking the turret gold. We've got a wall onto Wazy. Ari going in for the kill, gets the ignite, gets the ultimate, gets the charm, barely makes it out with a little over 100 hit points. And that is 4 kills onto Filmy, while we do have 1 kill onto Durian defenders. Looks like Jax did go down in the top lane at the same time with that gank from Xin Zhao.
100%, and the objectives being taken over. It looks like a little bit of a fight coming on in the bot lane, able to slam them together, but the ADCs continue to trade. You can't pull them apart. They are going to shoot each other as the grubs are going to the Durian defenders, and Dragon looks like it will go to Filmy.
So it looks to be an objective trade at this point. No real gold lead on either side, but with the grubs, you could easily have Aatrox split pushing top lane all game. He will easily be able to run away with that and keep Jax suppressed enough to keep him down. But at the same time, with the power from the dragon, and which dragon was it? Did you see?
I believe it was Cloud. I could be wrong though.
But with that dragon, that bot lane and mid lane get the extra power, being able to push that out. And looks like we've got a little bit more trading here in the top lane. Aatrox wanting to punish Jax for staying in lane while he went back.
Yeah, and Ashe getting really, really low here. It looks like there might be some action going on top lane. Xin Zhao spacing, going to be standing on a ward though, so not too much action here. This is very unusual for a PLC game. A nice, quiet farm fest. We do have a little bit of an advantage going to Filmy, but Filmy is using that advantage by keeping things calm, by maintaining their gold advantage, which, as the graph shows, is not that much of a gold advantage, but it looks like that we're going to have a pretty low kill 10 minutes.
At 10 minutes in, 5 kills, that certainly is low for PLC.
Yes.
That'd be high for pro play, but that's low
So
for
true.
PLC.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it kind of speaks a little bit to the skills of these players to be able to not just throw themselves away if there's a losing scenario, that they're able to
Yeah.
to go in and to kind of slow it down if they're in a losing position. Three people
It looks
bot
like
lane
we
gets
have
some action.
Misfortune and Leona taking one more turret plate before the plates go down here. They're hoping to get that up. Looks like they've got
Zinja
about
going up, Elysian going. The ulti coming out for Renata Glass. Leona gets a big stun on these people. They're still going in. Leona, a big ulti from Misfortune, but she gets knocked out of it. Gets the kill on the Zinjiao. Zinjiao following it up. Jumping back in on the Ashe. Ashe able to go down with the response from Jarvan. Jarvan ulting. But the Ahri is also responding to all this. Gonna be able to take out Renata Glass. J4 deciding to flag drag back in and able to get out unpunished. And good response from the bot lane here. Ahri going still has one charge of the ultimate, able to prevent a ton of damage being done from the tower. A big swing on the team fight.
Yeah, although it certainly went the way that I said it was going to, with Misfortune ults and Xinjiao dives in to cancel her ult. And
100%.
so, easily able to discourage that and keeping the gold lead exactly where it is, not letting them take it any further than they already are. And Jax taking some more turret, or getting some more turret plates taken from him by Aatrox in the top lane there. Looks like we do have a lot of damage going on to Ashe from this Ahri.
Response from the Leona is going to be able to come in. Flag and drag comes in from the J4 and is able to take out Ashe, who was already really low. Teleport comes in from Aatrox, who is going to be able to knock him around. J4 getting the shutdown gold to Zinjiao. Zinjiao has become a little bit of a menace. Aatrox is continuing to push this lane and being able to threaten those champions. Aatrox is a tough guy right now.
Yes, so would you say that it's a good call right now for Aatrox to come mid lane and leave his tower open for Jax on this?
It's tough because getting that shutdown gold was very big, but I think Jax is quietly scaling.
Looks like we
up
got
there.
Leona jumping in, and looks
Huge
like
stun on
Jax
that. Takes a
getting
ton of
stunned
turret
under
shots.
tower. Lava Slide getting the kill on that. That Ashe arrow, absolutely perfect. Ahri getting the kill onto Renata Glass in the mid lane, and looks like Jax matching up with Misfortune in the bot lane and keeping her suppressed. But, taking tower top lane to lose a tower
Another
mid
flag
lane.
and drag comes in. He's going to be able to lock them both under tower. Ashe is taking a bunch of punishment. So is Zinjiao. Zinjiao trying to turn it around. Ashe wailing away. T1 XO King, credit where credit's due with that ultimate earlier in the game and being able to hold her ground and to be able to push away Jarvan so that she can continue pushing. Leona going to be responding to that though.
Yes, and that it was a very good play on the side of J4 there, just keeping them under turret. They didn't want to attack him because if they did that, they're under tower. They're going to just take tower shots, and then it would have been both of them that died instead of just the one, instead of just Xinjiao.
100%, and a lot of gold coming in here from the tower plates this game.
Yes.
Only one plate each from the top lane so far. Talk to me about
And
that.
looks like plates have fallen now as Herald is about to spawn here. We've got a dragon in the bot side, and Leona clearing some wards, clearing that vision, making sure that they have that vision advantage, which does matter. The vision advantage does matter. Lava Slide
Zinjiao
going in.
Yeah.
Dire Spark as well.
The Ashe arrow hits the Leona. It looks like they will respond to this. Zinjiao doing some poking and be able to knock down Leona really quick. Leona not too tanky at this stage of the game yet. It looks like they will be able to take Dragon off of that, and a kill top lane is going to take down the top tower as well. Things looking pretty good for the Journey defenders.
Yes, I think that they're going to be able to get Dragon off of this play, especially with their jungler up. Looks like they do, but that Ashe arrow being able to start a chain of 4.5 seconds of crowd control is what I counted, and that you get that Ashe arrow into the Victor stun, and it's and then there was a knock up in there from Aatrox as well, or not Aatrox, but from Xinjiao with his 3-hit knock up, and Leona just not being able to do anything during that
100%.
fight.
Now, looking at the kill spread, though, big charm from Ari, going to be able to bring in the Jarvan. We got the W coming out for Renata to keep them alive, but they're able to respond back and kill the Jarvan from it. Continue to fight. Leona goes in and able to take out the Renata Glass, who's too squishy to be able to survive all this. Ari trying to do as much damage as she can, trying to ulti out of there. Really low health. Looks like that we will maybe Jarvan or Xin Zhao hanging on by a thread. And it looks like we will be able to take out Aatrox as well. Victor able to hold the tower at bay, but a very bloody team fight right there.
Yes. Yeah, that was 4-1. J4 being the only one going down, as he's a heavy engage, but the ultimate from Misfortune there, and the cleanse.
Very good response, cleanse.
That was a perfectly timed cleanse to be able to get away from that. And Ari coming in here to punish Wazy for following up on that, and
gets the thumbs up and everything.
Wazy just absolutely deleted. But yes, honor your enemies there with that thumbs up. We love to see it here.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the kill spread for Filmy. 7-0 on the Ari, 4-2 for the Jarvan. I think it's pretty scary that Filmy has such a dominating mid lane.
Yes, and while Jax is being suppressed top lane by Aatrox, the rest of his team is taking it away from there. And so, Aatrox is being forced to respond to these team fights.
Yeah, Aatrox is kind of caught in a different spot, but that does not matter. Because he's able to push forward, being as confident as he is with enough of a lead. It does not take a lot for an Aatrox to run over a team fight like he is. So blue team able to back off and respect it.
Yes, and with this Aatrox as well, he's definitely got a gold lead over a 2,500 gold lead over this Jax, and he's got the largest gold lead in the game. But that's only so much if you have to stay top lane to keep Jax suppressed, because Jax will scale in the late game and then will be an absolute problem for his entire team.
Yeah, and I want to take note of how close the gold is, even though the kill difference is rather large. That they're able to stay close together, again, showing the skills of both teams.
Yes, and in the bot lane, it's fairly even across the board, relatively. Nobody has a full item up on anyone else except for maybe Aatrox. But those gold leads will start to make a difference here. But would you say a general team-wide gold lead would be better than funneling it onto a specific champion or a specific carry? Or do you think funneling it onto a carry is best, and having that gold onto somebody who can carry your game?
I think it's a tough sell either way. I think in this case, Aatrox might walk into a Leona. I think Aatrox will be able to pull it off with this one. Leona able to stop away. Going on to Ari in the bot lane, able to get a big CC, gets her under the lane. That's 1,000 gold inject into the Durian defenders. That is not what Ari wanted to get caught doing.
That is a huge amount of gold for Ashe, and
another
she's going to make use of it.
Renata Glass go over the wall. Misfortune all coming out. Oh my goodness, they wanted her dead.
I mean, you get Renata Glass out of the fight, and you can win pretty much any team fight at that point with this team.
100%. And to answer your question from before, I think getting your gold on a carry is fine as long as they don't get those shutdowns, right? That's a lot of pressure. Mm-hmm. Now, Ari is a good person to have all that gold on, but as we saw right there, 1,000 gold back into the Durian defenders. I think that they're holding their own just fine.
Yeah, they're certainly doing quite well for the comp that they're matched up against. And looks like we've got set up here for Dragon coming in. Looks like Xin Zhao wanting to initiate on that Dragon,
pull the fight
into them here. Dire Spark teleporting into the bot lane.
And they're going in on the Jax, and they're starting the team fight, able to really whittle down the Jax, who's struggling to get away. There seems to be a counter engage on the backside. Aatrox ulting to get that movement speed and to take out the Jax. Blue team is pulled apart as they get the death ball of the Durian defenders just running after one after the other. Filmy able to kind of pull away the aggro to make sure that another person doesn't go down, but this will probably be a dragon for the red team unless Filmy is able to pick off a person, which does not look likely from the dense powerhouse. Ash Arrow coming in does miss all the champions.
But it was a great zoning tool right there to 100%. Keep them off the dragon.
Fight continues as Aatrox is able to pull in other people. Xin Zhao going on the carry. Absolute chaos is a lot of champions just taken down. Filmy really struggling to keep cohesion there as this terrifying Aatrox is just slamming into these champions and really taking them apart. Aatrox doing his job of taking a lead early and really creating a presence on the map.
Yeah, as I said, they can make or break a game, and Aatrox being your team's carry certainly makes a difference. They may not be the AD carry like Ash, but Ash being more of that anti-tank tool, and Aatrox being able to dive into the enemy team and take out all the squishy targets that they have.
Aatrox just running into the fray, not scared of this Jax at all, who is trying to prevent them from getting Akshan, and Jax just not having the power yet, and is able to is falling down. Charm lands on Aatrox. It is not enough. They take Akshan.
Yeah, getting that Otacon. Yes, Otacon. And Ahri only able to do so much against that Aatrox, because if she gets caught, she is dead. They have enough. There's enough crowd control on the side of Durian defenders that if Ahri gets caught out, she's caught out, she's dead. So she wants to stay away from that fight as much as possible and kind of poke everyone down, try and get a pick onto one of the champions. But if it's Aatrox, he's got enough tank there to be able to sustain it.
And as we were talking about early in the game, it looks like a big fight. Miss Fortune catching Aatrox, but Aatrox is just going to walk away, or at least attempt to, turning around to try to see if he can survive, but his health is going down too far. Leona doing a great job keeping him off, able to knock him down. Xin Zhao unfortunately trying to re-engage, but does get the kill on Miss Fortune. That's surprising, as the rest of the red team is able to come up during defenders. Gibbon going to be giving a lot of speed and a lot of attack speed to the Xin Zhao, who is making sure to pin down the Leona. Leona does go down. Jarvan now found in the middle of the three of them, not having an enjoyable time. Durian defenders is turning this game around. As we said, if they could get to the 20-minute mark, they would be able to pull it around, which is not great for my Filmy prediction at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, our previous champions being, or one of our previous champions being Filmy, and just being bullied, so to speak, by Durian defenders here. Looks like they are getting into their late game scaling with their champions. Aatrox doing an amazing job at keeping Jax down and keeping him from scaling. Jax only has one item right now. That's a Trinity Force. While it is a huge item for him, looks like he almost has his second with, it looks to be like a Blade of the Rune King that he is building. But still being an entire item down from Aatrox, it's certainly going to be difficult to pick that up and to get back into laning or even fighting with his team.
Yeah, and the level of confidence that Durian defenders has in these engages to just cause the substance of the team fight to devolve from Filmy is been a story on its own.
Yes, and we once again, an Aatrox can make or break a game.
Yeah,
it looks like he is making this game.
Yeah.
And so, getting the gold funneled onto the right person. That's what my opinion is. Get your gold funneled onto the right person. It doesn't matter.
Oh, big engage goes into the Jarvan over the wall. Sorry to interrupt, but oh my goodness. And not class. They hate that champion. They want her dead. Deleted. Big misfortune ult coming in. Does absolutely no damage to the Xin Zhao, who just takes it like a pro. Able to take out Ash on the backside, and Filmy is a crazy good engage on this champion. Aatrox trying to do his thing, but is taken down by just the sheer numbers of the people alone. Victor trying to run away, but this Jax is known for his ability to catch up, and as he causes time, a big flash forward from the Leona, and he's able to take out. Wow,
that is an ace for Filmy. Certainly, if they can get rid of one or two champions in those fights without losing any of their own, or maybe losing one of their own, they can easily take it away from there. Looks like they are getting Baron here, almost uncontested. Renata Glass is back up, but I don't believe that she will be able to get there in time to be able to counteract that Baron.
Yeah, what a swingy game.
Yes, it is going back and forth all over the place. We love to see it. Looks like we are well over a kill a minute now, as it is starting to pick up. 24 to 18 in 26 minutes. And it looks like we do have Durian defenders here going to the Dragon. Ahri going in, setting up vision, hoping that her team can come in from that Baron play, but great call from Durian defenders to be able to...
They're pushing them away. It does look like the red team was able to secure the Dragon, but it looks like the fight is going to be coming in. They're just absolutely destroying the Ashe who goes down there. The team fight, Misfortune trying to do what she can, but is just dying to the Victor ult as Leona is trying to run away. These team fights are so swingy. To go either way. The gold is just going one team into the next team into the one team, and here we are once again with big team fight and a lot of money.
It looks like we did get a death cap on to Geo here on Ahri, and that is going to be a huge power spike for her. And so the gold lead being on the side of Filmy from that previous fight, they managed to get that gold lead back. And but it can only go so far. They need to keep winning these team fights if they hope to win this game, as Durian Defenders is starting to push in all of these lanes. They're starting to push in the getting the towers. And yeah. I apologize if I'm repeating myself a little bit, but
you're all good.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to say, look at how strong these junglers' presence are. Yes. 10-3 on Lava Slide. I don't think that we have talked enough about him, or Almond Milk 9-4 for the Jarvan. I think they are absolutely dictating the pace, are fighting the right objectives, and are making sure to keep their team relevant, even when both teams seem in a dark place.
Yeah, and I would say that taking Dragon, going for Dragon at that point in the game and forcing a team fight instead of allowing Filmy to push lanes with that Baron buff, that was definitely the right call. And just being, I would say that it was certainly the right call, being able to keep them off of your main objectives. Keep them from pushing while you can keep your lanes pushed in. And now that there's no more Baron buff, being able to take that away and push your lanes in further. And the Aatrox here just still going by a landslide. He no longer has a full item lead, but he is still certainly a menace, and you don't want to see him showing up in those team fights on your back line.
100%. And he has that flexibility. I want to give it Bacon Lips 999 doing a very impressive showing in this game so far, to just be the terror that Aatrox is. Wonderful showing by him so far. The confidence that he has shown, not enough to run over every single team fight, but certainly the ones that he does, yes, he runs away with it.
Yes, and they're keeping it fairly even across the board here. Filmy with a slight gold lead, but Bacon Lips being his team's carry here, certainly taking it away. We've got Ahri pushing in mid lane. It looks to be a fairly tame portion of the game here. A little bit of trading here and there, but we're at the point in the game where you want to be forcing fights. You want to be fighting the other team. You want to have those death timers working in your favor, especially now that we're at about 30 minutes here. Those death timers are starting to get long. So you want to start making picks. You want to start getting those team fights. you don't want to be farming anymore at this
Atriox
point.
going in onto the Jax from the bush here. Jax is going to be a little bit more powerful than Aatrox is at first realizing, but Jax wisely flashing out of there, avoiding some extra CC. But I agree, but I also think that the caution that both teams are showing, respecting those death timers, absolutely. One person dying could mean the end of the match if it's in the wrong spot. So
Yes.
both teams respecting it, especially with how close the numbers are, 100%. We could be in it for the long haul.
Yeah, it looks like we do have Victor here in the bot lane, and spotted out by Phil Me. Looks like he should be able to get away here with it, and barely able to get away before the bullet rain from Misfortune, and just he was pushing, but almost got caught out.
Looks like we might be stancing up for a big team fight. I gotta say, I love that KFC Superfan is using the Grillmaster Leona skin. Absolutely amazing.
Yes.
But it looks like Dragon will be up, spawning in 5 seconds. Now, Filmy is already in position to try to make sure that they can respond to this. But it doesn't look like they're going to be going for it. The red team Durian Defender is going to be going in. It looks like Jarvan is going to use the flag and drag to start this off. Big ulti coming in, but the team is too far away. But Renata ulti hitting all the people. Jarvan, the fourth, is able to heal a ton, but it ultimately does not matter. CC knocks out Misfortune from her ultimate. Going to be falling from that. Red team is going to be picking up a lot from this, and the final member falls, and the Dragon is going to go to the side of Durian Defender. Look at the size of that Victor ult.
Yeah, you get them clumped up together like that, and the Renata ult plus the Victor ult, it just carries away. You get the Dragon, you get the gold lead taken away, and you can start to push and make plays. Looks like they are wanting to go over to Baron to possibly set up for it. They might be able to take this and get some pushing power with this. Renata being very low, so she wants to be very cautious around this. But with the death timers at the point that they are in the game, this is a great spot for them to take Baron and to hopefully push in some lanes with it.
100%. And I think getting those Baron buffs are going to be very strong. Is going to be very tough for Filmy to be able to respond to. This game is going back and forth and back and forth. You can see from the gold graph that it looks like the Grand Canyon with the amount of times that they've brought it back, both teams. However, the thing that we need to talk about, Dragon Soul, now on the side of Durian Defenders.
So they have that Dragon Soul. It is Earth Soul. So being able to have that extra tank, that extra survivability on their entire team, certainly a huge benefit for Aatrox, as he's just going to be able to survive any engage. Xin Zhao getting caught out, or not Xin Zhao getting caught out, but J4 almost getting caught out. He's able to flag and drag away, already able to discourage any chasing against her. Looks like Aatrox going 1v1 against Misfortune and taking that mid in the bot lane, and going back to pushing his lane. Looks like they are making good use of that Baron buff. They had the first minute of it gone, but they still have a minute and a half
engage
here
on the Ahri.
Leona
on the counter response to make sure to knock them away. Renata ult to make sure to keep them in there, but J4 gonna get pinned under the tower. Gonna be big damage coming out. Jack's able to get a kill, but then getting killed himself. Leona, this tower does not mean anything to these Baron buff powered up players. Leona able to re-engage onto the J4 who knocks them out, and suddenly we are at the Nexus turrets, going to be fighting out another Ashe ult coming out, immediately blowing up Ahri, and I think that we might have the end of this game. Aatrox just ulting in for the show of it. Misfortune trying to ult, but it does not matter. The game is over, and Durian Defenders take it. Wow.
That is a very good display of how to use Baron, when to use it, when to grab it, and how to use it. You don't have another objective that you need to go defend. You don't have any team fights that you're needing to go and pick, and you're able to push multiple lanes with that Baron buff, with Aatrox especially, and he's able to go in there easily 1v5 any of their team. And so you get Aatrox pushing that bot lane, putting a lot of pressure there, and the other 4 of your team pushing that mid lane with Baron buff. Baron is made for pushing, and I'm sure Juhadre agrees with this. I've heard him say it many times. The reason that Baron is there is to push lanes. That is what that buff is for. Elder Dragon is for team fights, Baron is for pushing. And if you've got Baron buff, you want to be pushing those lanes, not looking for a team fight.
And that's what happens.
If you've got Baron buff and they're on Dragon, you ignore them. You push the lanes. You get them off of that Dragon by shoving those towers, by threatening the inhibitor or even the Nexus. And so you need to make sure your objective priority is in the right place. It's certainly a great game. Certainly surprising on the side of Durian Defenders in their ability to control the chaos.
Totally. And what a brilliant game 2 for PLC so far. An incredible tournament already. And I hate to say it, but we're going to have to go to break and for an exciting game 3. See you after this.
All right.
Welcome back to the June PLC tournament, everybody. That is still Billy Harold. I am Duhadre. We're getting ready for game number 3. That is going to be Non-Toxic Noxians versus Hextech Hotshots. Billy, we've had a lot of excitement already so far today. Can you handle any more? Because my heart, like, I'm an old fat guy.
I can handle a little bit more.
A little bit
Just
more?
a little
All right.
bit.
Everybody in the chat, let us know how much fun you're having. And, you know, I was thinking, when I was told what teams are going to be playing today, I am going to say that I can definitely appreciate a team who puts together a name in relation to the game they're playing, right? You got your Noxians that are non-toxic, right? The Noxians are typically the Conqueror, Runeterra kind of people you'd think they would be, but no, these are the non-toxic guys. And Hextech being the mixing of technology and magic in Runeterra. I love that these teams have come themed with their names.
Yes, I absolutely love it, and I believe that I should know several of these people in here. Looks like on Non-Toxic Noxians, there are a couple names that I recognize of people that I've played with, as well as on the side of Hextech Hotshots. There's a couple names here and there that I'm quite familiar with. It looks like we are getting into our draft here.
Wow.
Already.
That went quick. So, Lucian Nami is one of the classics. You can never really doubt it until you win against it, but very, very strong. And, you know, for those of you, we see the combo and everyone says it's strong. I'm going to throw it out there and explain why real quick in case people don't know. Lucian's passive is that double shot. And if he is buffed in any way, if he's given a shield, if he's given a heal, if he's given an amplification like the Nami E, he deals increased damage. Right? And so it's this crazy amount of burst that you can get. If you get the Nami bubble with the E, you Q, empowered double shot, heal from Nami, dive forward, empowered double shot, W, double shot. It's just this insane amount of damage. It's really, really fun.
Very bursty, but also sustained as well. Looks like we do have a Lulu and Jinx, which could a lot of counter engage there as well.
In addition to that, it's the exact opposite of what Lucian Nami wants to do. Lucian Nami is a very early game pairing. Jinx Lulu is you can have some fun in the early parts of the game, but after 15 minutes, you will never kill my Jinx. That's the idea here behind those picks. Very, very strong on the side of the Non-Toxic Noxians. You know, we didn't get a chance to really look at the bans until this moment as we're in the second round. Zyra and Kayn and Renekton. Okay. I haven't seen a Kayn in competitive play in quite a long time, so that's probably targeted there at the Non-Toxic Noxians. But then similarly on the other side, the Bel'Veth taken away, Ashe, Cassiopeia, other very interesting picks.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of the shred and a lot of the sustain being taken away from Hextech Hotshots by the Non-Toxic Noxians. A lot of tank and engage being taken away with the ban on Renekton, ban on Amamu, ban on Kayn, and looks like we have a Yi ban coming up here, and just the taking away their ability to engage onto your backline, especially since you have Vayne, Nami, and Lucian, who are very susceptible to those backline engages.
All right, Billy, you've known me for quite a large number of years. We're not going to reveal ages here, but I catch on to things that aren't all that important, and I want to point out that Kayn is the only champion banned by the Hextech Hotshots that's looking to his left, and Gwen is the only one banned by Non-Toxic Noxians looking to her left. Or I guess to the right a little bit.
Yeah.
Is that weird that that's the first thing my brain sees and sorts?
I don't know, maybe a little bit, but looks like we
Okay.
do have a Galio pick.
We
I
know
always
you like a
good
Galio.
pick.
Tell us about it.
So, but Galio against Silas, that's an interesting matchup. Silas wants to get into melee range with Galio, but Galio also wants to get into melee range.
Mhm.
You know, one of Galio's quotes is, "Will you fight me? I'd fight me." So yeah, Galio enthusiast here. I can certainly I certainly love that kind of thing. Looks like we've got a Nunu Willop. Actually, no. Looks like they're changing that pick to a Kha'Zix.
Boy.
So
Oh boy.
Kha'Zix pick, and so getting a lot more of that AD in there, relying on Silas for your magic damage. Very good against Galio if you've got a heavily stacked AD team, since he gets more damage reduction against magic damage than he does physical, or against attack damage. But he still gets half as much physical damage reduction as he does magic from his W. So,
Now-
but yeah, go ahead.
I want everyone to pay attention here because of the way the timer worked on the mid lane pick for Hextech Hotshots. I don't think that's actually a Vayne. Not mid lane pick, but the Vayne.
The top lane
Okay.
pick.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Vayne. Like I said, the way the timer ticked down and how it got locked in, I'm not so sure. So I want to keep an eye on that. But then looking at the rest of the picks, we're gonna see the Kha'Zix. It's such a, in my eyes, unique pick because we don't see a lot of assassin junglers right now. Oh, I was wrong.
Vayne top lane.
I was definitely wrong. Oh, okay. What? Hold on, we've got a little bit of a hiccup, but still, I want to talk about the Kha'Zix really quick because playing assassin junglers is hard at the moment. There are a lot of tanks that are really strong. There's a lot of good vision around with the way the game is played, and sustain and clear speed are really big for junglers. And so when you're looking at a champion like Kha'Zix who's going to do really well against the buffs and the Grump, but then his isolation damage is completely out the window when you get to the other camps. And so I'm going to be looking for the non-toxic Noxians to play around this particular pick because it's so unique in the current meta.
Yeah, it's a pocket pick. And I think the last tournament I was talking about how pocket picks can be influential in a game if you've got like one on your team. But if your whole team's pocket picks, it just falls apart. But like one pocket pick, as long as it can still fit into the meta, as long as you still have those other positions filled, that one pick can certainly make a difference there. Looks like we are going back through the draft here, the client draft. So,
it gives us more time to talk about the nuances of the draft, and I appreciate that. The Silas got locked in third on blue side, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. No. It was right after Galio, so fourth on blue side.
Fourth on blue side. Okay, so it was after the second round of bans.
Yes.
Okay, so I like Silas as a second phase pick. And the reason for that is you get a good look at your opposing team. I understand that Silas isn't only his ultimate, but a big reason you pick him is his ultimate. And so if you're looking at a Master Yi and a Vayne and a Melio, you're going to pick Silas? Probably not. If you're seeing J4, Galio, and these type of champions, that's where you go. And actually, look at this. That's a jungle Silas.
Ooh. So
Unless
Silas
we're
in the
not in
jungle,
order.
especially, that can be quite difficult because of the mobility there.
I don't think we're in order.
Yeah, Lulu in the mid lane would quite make sense.
No.
So
Not with Kha'Zix also there. Okay, so, woof. That was really confusing. Chat, please accept my apology for the excitement that came out there. That was... I would have
A
loved to
Sylas
see
jungle
Kha'Zix
would
win.
certainly be it. It would certainly be interesting. We were actually looking at a jungle tier list earlier. Where was Sylas in that list?
Oh, you know what?
Did you see?
I do not recall. I don't recall. He was very popular around
Yes.
the time of his first adjustment, let's call it. The
Yeah.
way they had to balance him around his Kingslayer spell, his W, he had phases where he was really strong in the jungle, really strong mid lane, really strong jungle up at the top, and all these places. So I don't recall on that particular list, but I'm gonna bet he was top 3 groups.
Yeah, I don't think he was in the very top, but he was certainly up there. He wasn't in the reported section. Certainly.
No, not in the reported section.
that's reserved for like those enchanter supports that just couldn't be played in the jungle.
Right. And so for just, you know what, let's say it. It was the A to Z Jungle Challenge by Night Blue, where he picked literally
Yes.
every champion alphabetically ordered, and he would need to win a game on that champion before moving on to the next champion in the jungle. So
Yeah.
if you get a chance, give that one a peek. It's a very fun little series, and he does indeed do every champion. By the end, new champions had come out, so he actually had to go back and end the episode of XYZ with Briar. So he does get them all, but you know, Briar being the last one on the video does tell you how old it is. Man, isn't that weird to think about? How old Briar
it
is?
almost feels like Briar's been around for forever, but
Yeah.
she's fairly new.
Now-
Looks like we do likely just have that a little bit of a discrepancy in lane positioning from
Mhm.
non-toxic Noxians there. Looks like Kha'Zix probably being their jungler, whereas Sylas in the mid lane and Lulu on
Yeah.
support. But Sylas having the option to take either J4's ult or Galio's ult even. I've played against Sylas mid lane as Galio, and he takes your ult and then just ults away to his jungler when you're about to kill him, and you're just like, come on, I had you.
Yeah.
Because
I think-
you're doing a lot more damage than he is early game on Galio, but he picks it up in the late game, and so
I think the Nami ultimate is another great choice. Especially because it already has a good AP scale. That's one of the funniest things that you can do is go full AP Nami. It's very fun. But
Yes.
the way that Sylas's ultimate works is it takes that spell and increases the damage it can deal based on ability power. And so that will be very interesting to watch to see how high he can get the damage if he lands it. And I'm interested. I know that I said earlier that you wouldn't want to pick Sylas into Vayne, Master Yi, and Melio, but think about what the Vayne ultimate does and can do. It gives you extra
Yes.
damage. It makes you invisible when you tumble, and so similar to how Karma's ult being stolen would work, I wonder if you get the tumble. I haven't seen that interaction, but it will be fun to watch and see how that works.
like if it works on his dash or
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be really interesting. And now that I've talked about Sylas Ultimate for the last 2.5 minutes, I like the Vayne pick into the set.
yes.
And one of the big reasons is she is strong into health stacking champions. In addition to that, her range is short enough that she could also be running Grasp and Russia Heartsteel to then be
Yeah.
another source of high DPS, which you get natively from your W, and then the hit points so that you're harder to take down yourself. I think that would be a lot of fun to see.
Yeah, I would love to see a tank Vayne sometime. I don't think I've really fought any of them. I've seen tank Katarinas all over the place, and I think the same principle would apply to Vayne. You just get that get Grasp and a Heartsteel, and then you build a Titanic Hydra, and you build those tank damage scalers. the Overlord's blood mail, and just getting the damage on that, scaling from that, and just get a little bit more attack speed, like with a Bork and with a like a Kraken Slayer or something similar, where you're especially stacking on that 3-hit passive from Vayne and on those Silver Bolts. But that could very well be a way that I could see it being built. I haven't actually seen that done, but it would be interesting.
So then, we have our picks, we have our game. We should be loading onto the Rift any moment. Let's see in the chat who we think is going to win. Billy Harold, what's your prediction?
I am probably going to say honestly, Hextech Hotshots have a little bit better of a team comp overall, but Non-Toxic Noxians have better lane matchups, except for their top lane. Except for Set against Vayne, they honestly have better lane matchups.
So you're saying it's a similar conundrum in picking as was game number 1, where we had superior lanes on the blue side, but when looking at the draft overall, the team fight ability of Red was a little bit superior. Even though that's not how it worked out, that was the consensus here on the desk.
And a similar thing with the last game. Those individual lanes' power actually won them that game, as they were able to scale that lane power into the team fights, because they were able to, that Aatrox was able to stack so much that he was able to make the game instead of break the game.
Now, you just made me think about Keystones. One of the big things, I remember when they first introduced Keystones in the Runes Reforged, and Camille was taking Comet, and what was his name? Scion would sometimes do that. I want to look at Set, because going Grasp on Set against a Vayne would be unwise. You're never going to get close enough to get that proc, and so Conqueror is the choice. I like that. That's going to be helpful in the team fights. It's going to help him sustain and do a little bit better later on. Ooh, wow, look at that isolated damage.
That is
Holy
huge.
crap, did you see that?
That is a huge trade. Forcing J4 back in the early game. It's still early enough that it's not really influential in the game, but forcing him back, getting the vision on those jungle camps so they can know where everything is. But of course, Nami and Lucian getting vision on their jungle as well. Vision is important.
Absolutely.
Knowing where the enemy jungler is so they can determine tempo.
Speaking of, that ward there in the middle brush got the upper hand for the non-toxic Martians. Yikes. Noxians is what I meant to say. Okay. Well, non-toxic Marg. Why do I want to say Martians, Billy? I really don't understand. Zerg is getting caught here by the Set, who is in a lane swap. Look at this. We moved Set into the mid lane and put the Sylas up against the Vayne. This is really fun from the non-toxic Noxians.
Yes. So, and that's actually a favorable matchup. You don't have Sylas losing that early game to Galio. Instead, you have Set, who's easily able to bully Galio in that early game. Also, my favorite skin on Galio, that Mythmaker Galio. Big red circle equals friendly.
It's so counterintuitive. Watching on the stream, let me tell you, I play with Billy often, and when I see that big red circle, the first like 3 or 4 times it freaked me out. But anyway, so our matchups are actually going relatively how we were expecting them to go. Up on the top side, I mean, I didn't know that it was going to be the Sylas into the Vayne, but once I saw them up there, it's not too far away from what I was thinking. Democracy Officer flashes early. I miss Pet Barn comes in. Both flashes from the side of the non-toxic Noxians are burned. Miss Pet Bun does go out there, and that was a pretty successful gank. Lord Tavar is going in continually, gets poked back out, and just fighting for fighting's sake. Now, Frank needs to be a little careful. Zerg has the health benefit at the moment.
Yes, so that that health benefit, but also he has enough mana to still do a full combo against Set. So Set needs to certainly respect that Galio there.
Here
Hopefully keep him under
comes the
tower.
Kha'Zix. He's going to get taunted into the stun. First blood over to Frank, and that goes to the non-toxic Noxians just in time as well, because on the bottom side, the Jinx goes down. Dark Chocolate underneath the turret is still alive. First Lord Tavar does not want to take more than one turret shot. Ooh, but did we see the dive here? I Miss Pet Bun is on the bottom half of the map. He just needs to throw the flag. He stops the back. He gets the auto attack, and Lord Tavar will pick up the kill.
Yeah, that taking the tower aggro as well on J4 to allow Tavar to be able to get in there and deal damage without taking aggro. It was certainly pivotal in that fight. But now that they're out of mana and Jinx is back in lane, it's going to be they're going to have to do something about that. They're probably going to have to push wave and go back before Kha'Zix gets here.
Kha'Zix has arrived. They do know he's there, but we're up on the top side. Black Flame doing a really good job keeping ahead in the CS department here. Jackie Stir is behind 2 full waves at this point.
Yeah, and the wave disparity, actually mid lane, Galio's also getting a little bit more CS than Set as well. Just getting just being able to use his Q to whittle down with that % max hit points. Mm-hmm. It's actually quite useful.
Todd actually has really good range on there, getting Frank low underneath the turret. He does have half of a grit bar. It has gone down. He does not have the tankiness for his W. Dark Chocolate hiding in the wings. Jin's Opera is going to get slowed down, but Dark Chocolate's in the bubble. Explosive auto attacks. That's Speed of Warfare over to the side of the Hextech Hotshots.
And Vayne also just bullying this Sylas.
They're burning the flash. Ultimate cast by Black Flame going underneath the turret. Does not secure the kill. Frank caught in the Winds of War as well. Zerg now level 6. Pushing underneath the turret. And, Hextech Hotshots are looking pretty hot.
And Galio doesn't necessarily get a power spike at level 6, at least if he's in a solo lane. But he certainly allows his team to take objectives like the Dragon here if he has that. He has a lot more roaming and mobility potential when he has that, once he hits 6.
1,500 gold advantage to the side of the Hotshots. They're pushing lanes really well. They're keeping CS advantages. They've got the kills in their hand, and they've already started on the objectives. At this point, Brian Moser is going to go back. You see him up on the top side of the map. Do we see Miss Pet Bun move over to those grubs? Only a minute and a half until they spawn, and that would set them up really nice to continue on that chase of feats.
Yes. They've got 2 options now. They can either go for a tower or they can go for objectives. They have the dragon already, and so it'll be really easy to get those objectives, and especially to keep the non-toxic Noxians from getting a tower, they have that lane pressure already.
Movement up toward the top side of the map for the Hotshots. But here on the bottom lane, I like this freeze. This is very good from the side of the Hotshots.
Yes.
Chocolate is in a lot of trouble here. Polymorph onto Tavar is a good way to disengage, and they know not to chase too far because their jungler's up on the top half of the map. But you know what? Tavar and Jin's Opera are doing very well here on the bottom half of the map. Yes,
and with that advantage, they're able to keep Kha'Zix, Brian Moser to they're able to keep him going back and forth between the lanes. If he doesn't have an opportunity to engage, he's just wasted his downtime even thinking about ganking that lane. And so, you've got to, as a jungler, use your downtime properly. You've got to make use of that there.
Ultimate from the Lord Tavar has gone down. No kill onto Dark Chocolate, but diving under the turret almost. Again, Hotshots with all of this pressure. and the strength, but Brian Moser has shown up. Jin's Opera is going to take about half of his health. With the assistance from Democracy Officer Dark Chocolate is only level 5. He goes down to Lord Tavar. Damage with the barrier coming down. Flash forward. Lord Tavar needs only a little bit more damage. Democracy Officer goes down to Jin's Opera's W. Flash from Brian Moser. And more gold, more pressure, more power to the hotshots.
So if you're playing Kha'Zix, ganking a lane that stays close-knit like that isn't always advised. You have to be able to take targets one by one as Kha'Zix. It's very niche. He's a very niche champion in that you have to isolate people if you're going to get really any damage. He's great at counter jungling, but we don't see him doing a whole lot of that here yet.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's with good reason. You want an item on Kha'Zix. We saw how much the isolated damage did in a 1v1. But when you think about Jarvan, he's got the Flag and Drag combo, he's got the Golden Aegis shield, he has ways to deal with a 1v1. Especially with the level 6 Galio, you know that you can't just go and fight someone like that. So I'm okay with the reservation there from Brian Moser, but I do want to see a little bit more from him. He did pick an assassin.
Yes, and so assassins, they're meant to go in and get the targets that are low. They're not intended to engage or start fights. That's Set's job. That's Silas's job. Your job as the assassin is to clean up. You're supposed to stay behind the enemy team so you can get those picks from that back line that try to disengage.
Democracy Officer, I think, made a huge mistake staying underneath the turret. Now, actually, it's going to turn into a 1-for-1 on the bottom side. The tidal wave does go in, but actually, I stand corrected. 2-for-1. Nami was tanking turret.
And Lulu ended up getting the shutdown gold from that too. It was a very small shutdown, but it was still shutdown gold.
I hate to see it if you're a Hotshots fan. They were doing so well. And you know what? The gank was actually very well set up. They timed it right, except for the aggro, I guess. But they got their spells in the right places, and they got the kill very quickly. And to have seen the Nami take the turret shot first instead of the Jarvan, who, let's be honest, was probably the intended aggro target, and he goes down anyway, that would have been a much better play. But now Frank's in some trouble. He has no W. Flash burn, and he is safe. But for how long? An immobile champion like that, Democracy Officer taking a huge amount of damage. The calling is interrupted with the polymorph, and Democracy Officer makes it out alive.
But Hextech Hotshots taking that opportunity while their bot lane is disengaged, using that priority there to be able to take Dragon here. That's a very smart move on their part. Very good communication. But yes, as you were saying earlier with the...
Black Flame wants to go in, flashes underneath the turret, that the Kingslayer underneath will keep him alive for a moment. He went a little too aggressive. Black Flame survives with the flash. But Brian Moser is here. Black Flame has no ultimate, which means he has no more invisibility. Brian Moser is in, but Galio is too. He gets the knockup. Black Flame gets yet another kill. Zerg goes in with the Justice Punch, trying to set up Black Flame. Frank almost gets the ultimate onto him, but instead it's the Haymaker. Frank gets shut down gold there. Lord Tavar on a rampage on the bottom side. Frank is chasing after Zerg. Justice Punch, flash over the wall. Frank wants a little bit of health. He has no vision on the bottom side. It is only Dark Chocolate against 3. He has a polymorph and a shield, but the health on the turret is too low. Miss Pet Fun takes him out without even taking the turret aggro.
Zerg also getting out alive there, using those Hex Gates. Very smart move, but, very much pun intended on that setting it up.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. But, looks like Galio teleporting back into lane here. Very, very good plays all around from both sides, honestly. A little bit of a disparity against non-toxic Noxians, but they're managing to hold down fairly well against the onslaught that Hextech Hotshots are putting against them.
Yeah, the lane victories are there, but they've only lost the one turret. It is before the 14 minutes, so they get all of the turret plates. But it's... Oh, never mind. I was going to say it was going to be a lot closer than it looked, but Chocolate is caught once again. Even using the Wild Growth doesn't get him out. Tavar and Jin's Opera are doing quite a lot of work. Franks wants to get in. He doesn't have his flash quite yet, and so they can't go in. But Brian Moser instead does, and he takes nearly his whole health bar. He takes all of his health bar with that culling. Frank is going to be the next target. Lord Tavar is doing quite a lot of work. Zerg comes in. He helps get the knock up. The ultimate from the Nami helps as well. Democracy Officer knocked up once again, and that's a triple kill for First Lord Tavar. Jackie Stir goes in against Black Flame. They have each other's ultimates. He is invisible. He's dealing quite a lot of damage. Black Flame only needs one more auto attack. He doesn't have the flash to follow, and Jackie Stir makes it out. But he does not stop anything.
Yeah, and as I was saying earlier, it's that team fight potential on the side of Hextech Hotshots, and we are seeing that right there, where they can just take out one by one if you're not careful, or they can take out your entire team at once. So Set is able to do only so much to be able to protect his backline there.
Miss Pet Bun is hiding here. Zerg gets the taunt. He gets the ultimate. He gets a great punch, dealing half health there into the showstopper. Frank turns around the 1v2, gets one kill. Miss Pet Bun is trying to get over the wall, flag and drag, and he will make it out. But good grief, that is not how I thought that was going to go.
Yeah, Galio has the advantage in the early game against other melee champions, but when you get into the late game scaling, if all you have, like right now, all he has is that Rod of Ages, whereas Set, with a Stride Breaker, Set scales harder off of that Stride Breaker than Galio does with just with 2 stacks on his Rod of Ages. He's going to have that late game scaling, but his mid game is going to be a little bit rough.
Absolutely. Blue team, that's the Noxians, are going to pick up the Rift Herald. That means they have that plus the Grubs. Do we see the engage? Brian Moser wants to go in. That's the hijack. The knockup goes in. Holy cow, everyone is jumping up. Ultimates all over the place, and that's another double kill for First Lord Tavar.
Welcome to the bounce house.
Yes, that's precisely it.
And Galio is one of the best champions to introduce people to the bounce house.
More pressure on this turret. That's going to be the 4th for the side of the Hextech Hotshots. They are just pressuring these lanes so well, getting so much gold. But we have to remember objective bounties are on the map. That's the second one that the Noxians have taken. Democracy Officer is underneath the turret. I Miss Pet Bun is underneath, getting stopped by the Flame Chompers, almost goes down, and oh my gosh, the ebb and flow from Nami picks up the kill, taking down Democracy Officer. Jackie Stir in a fight here against Tavar, has to flash away. The Polymorph keeps him alive. That's a hijacked culling. It doesn't do anything. Pet Bun goes over the wall because he saw the Kazakhs there. Frank wants to go in onto Black Flame, isn't stunned by the Condemn, taking a bit of damage, wants to get the stun. He gets the shield from the Haymaker, but Black Flame deals so much damage. All he needs is enough mana to get a Q, and he might have it. Jackie Stir goes onto the minion, wants to go onto Black Flame now, gets the slow. It's a 2v1. Frank and Jackie Stir, it wasn't enough to get the execute on the Jinx Rocket, and they pull it out. The Noxians take down the Vayne.
While the Hotshots take the Dragon.
True.
So, Vayne producing quite an effective distraction in the top lane to allow that J4 and Galio to take the Dragon there. Then we've got Galio pushing in that bot lane, putting the lane pressure there as well. But Vayne being enough of a threat that they can take 3 or 4 champions away from other objectives.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we like to see. We like to see these threats that are big enough that they can draw in attention. The more attention you can draw away from the rest of your team, the better off your team is. And so, you know, if you're able to 2v1 or even 3v1, even if you lose barely, you've drawn people in.
Mm-hmm. And it's that type of pressure play that really demonstrates the skill of a team.
Mm-hmm.
Hetbun might be in some trouble, isolated with the Kazakhs. Gonna use the Hex Gate and get out of there. Let's, you know, Billy, let's take stock of our leads and our CS numbers, because I think that it tells enough of a story, but not the whole thing, because the Noxians are behind everywhere, but they're still fighting. They're still punching up. They're still keeping themselves in the game.
You know, they're getting small victories here and there, and if they can keep those victories up and keep that into the late game.
The Shurelya's engage. And a couple of spells cast too early. Both the Shurelya's and the Super Mega Death Rocket thrown at full health targets.
Yeah,
Wait, Democracy Officer got the kill on the blue buff. Oh, well, it worked, but it doesn't matter because Tavari goes in and picks up the kill. Is legendary. Brian Moser wants to go in. He wants the shutdown. He couldn't make up his mind. He ends up jumping, gets hit with the Galio ultimate. Frank is in some trouble, doesn't even get a chance to throw the haymaker, and now Jackie Stir has to run away, and they just handed that to the Hotshots.
You know, it's you have to be able to play that Kazakhs around the Galio ult. If you're engaging on somebody and Galio's ult is up, even if they are supposedly isolated, Galio's coming in and they're not going to be anymore. So you either have to get them and get out, or you're going to die to Galio after getting a kill, potentially.
Yeah, target selection, I think, was an issue in that last fight.
Yes,
there were opportunities to get someone, and instead chasing after another, it didn't really work out. And what that is going to do is it's going to give Hotshots a tier 2 bottom turret, tier 2 mid turret, and an Otacon to boot. And these guys, now that we're at this point where they're almost 10,000 gold ahead, I think we might be looking near the end of the game, Billy.
I think so too. It could still go in the other direction, but it would be a very long game if they're able to drag it out.
So in terms of scaling, where do you give the advantage? I personally am going to give it to the Vayne. Vayne is a very, very strong late game champion.
Yes. So Vayne, Lucian, and Nami are the hardest scalers on their team.
Ooh,
Nami if she's building AP, but
Frank actually doing quite well here against Black Flame. The Super Mega Death Rocket does not land, and Black Flame wins the 1v3 after almost losing the 1v1. That was actually crazy.
You never underestimate the tenacity of a low health Vayne. that is one of my rules, and I'm going to live by it.
Democracy Officer going way down in hit points, gets knocked up by the bubble, very low. I miss Pet Bun picks that one up. Silas is back. No, sorry, that's Frank on the set. He's gonna have to use a haymaker here to stay alive, I think. No, he'll run it out. But mid lane, turret down. Inhibitor under fire. Top lane turret, then next target. Look at all this pressure that the Hotshots are able to put onto the Noxians.
Yeah, we've got Vayne pushing in bot lane as well, putting a lot of pressure there. Galio just letting minions take it while he goes to help his team. But
yeah, you go for the win. Frank is knocked up. Frank is killed very quickly. Brian Moser taken down underneath the turrets. They are going to chase. Jackie Stir is taking a bit of damage, but he makes it out. The rocket goes wide. First turret goes down. Second turret goes down. Almost. Man, it's actually at a third health. No good. Jackie Stir in the Cataclysm will be killed. And now the Nexus is... man, they just keep shifting their focus. The Nexus is the target finally, and that will be it. The Hotshots take game number 3.
Congratulations, Hotshots. Looks like my prediction that time was correct, but the previous game was not. So you can never tell where the game's going to go by our initial predictions.
Yeah.
At least by mine.
Well, and that's the fun of making these predictions, right?
Yeah.
People have been talking about coach diff, draft diff, all this stuff, but in reality, whoever hits the Nexus at the end is the winner, and there's no way to predict that. because you never know what decisions get made, what advantages get made, what coin flips get won or lost. And the hot shots definitely take it this time. Don't go anywhere. Our playoffs, meaning our semifinals and finals, will be here right after this.
Awake to my voice and hear the call within. Embrace the fear inside. Surrender your mind to mine again.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the playoffs for the PLC June tournament. We're really looking forward to doing these two best of ones with you, and we want to thank you for being here with us. I am Juhadre, and joining me once again is Shazbot.
Hey there.
So, Shazbot, I want to draw attention to the delay between Game 3 and this one. It was not a problem. It was just a very long, hard-fought game between Pandemonium and Durian Defenders, our two undefeated teams in the Swiss stage. Now, Pandemonium came out ahead. That is what happened, and now we have two best of ones to show you on the stream before we call it a day. And right now, we are gearing up and are in Pandemonium versus Filmy. Thank you, production.
I'm super excited for these games. Honestly, they've been such powerhouses to show, and I wish I could have been a fly on the wall for that game, because Durian Defenders really love to lengthen that game out. Our game 2 in the Swiss stage was with Durian Defenders. That game went pretty long. So we are not watching them right now. We are with Pandemonium and Filmy, as you said. And I'm already seeing some interesting bands. I'm seeing Wukong and I'm seeing Gwen.
I was thinking about the Gwen. Was it Pandemonium who played? Yeah, they played it into the Mundo.
Yeah.
So get that out of there. We don't. Or if you're a Filmy fan, of course.
It's interesting because like Gwen certainly was strong, but she was into a matchup that was very favorable. An insta-lock Samira. We saw a ban on Samira in an earlier game against Pandemonium. This must be a pocket pick for them.
I was thinking it had to be, because this is not in my opinion, I'll throw that out there as the caveat. I don't think that's a great first pick.
She must be a pocket pick or something, which is both very exciting because that means we're going to see some good Samira gameplay, but B, they must have practiced this a lot, and they must know the responses into Samira as this high committal stuff. So an insta-locking Tahm Kench, would not be surprised to find that to go into support.
You think it would go well in the support?
It's tough because I know Riot really wants him in the bot lane. You could see him top lane, but as a first pick, he's got enough flexibility. Not sure.
Oh, you can respect that.
But either way, he's locked in now, so we're going to see one way or the other. Sylas is picked on the other side.
I actually really appreciate this. Look at the ultimates so far. I think he's good into Victor, just regardless. B, could you imagine having the Consume against the Tahm Kench?
Yeah.
Or Devour. That is Devour. Consume is a different champion. But great. Especially if Sylas instantly procs those 3 auto attacks. If he can just jump in auto, Q auto, you can ult someone.
Yeah. One of the marks of a high Tahm Kench or a high level Tahm Kench is the fact that you tend to devour your teammates more than the enemy.
Yeah.
To protect high, and I think even on that coin, protecting Samira, this has got to be Pandemonium is just in their wheelhouse right now, and having that looks like we have a little bit of a glitch or something where Rel is not showing the ban or the pick, but we're gonna have a Rel as the Samira's support, which is more bombastic AoE.
I like it. Right? Anything that can set up Samira to land her combos, because that's how you really get her going. You need to get those combo points to get up to the ultimate. And so something like Rel, Sylas, these hard crowd controls, I like it a lot. Aatrox is going to be the next blind pick. By the way, I called it. Did I not call it? Seeing the Aatrox.
So true.
Yeah. At the very beginning, I said
I
wanted to see Aatrox, and this is the second one. I like him. True. I think he's a strong champion. He did really well against the Jax earlier tonight.
He did.
Or this afternoon. It's not really nighttime yet.
Not yet.
But I like it. And then on to the bands here. Look at that. Fiora does well into Aatrox. Pantheon does well into Aatrox. Get him out. And I like the way that Filmy is running their draft.
Honestly, as a red 3 pick, that's probably the ideal place to pick Aatrox, because as long as you get the problem children out of there, even if they haven't shown their top lane yet, this is a semi-blind pick. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Pantheon Fiora, get them out of there, and now you have a safe top laner. I am trying to think how Filmy responds to the Samira bot lane. Because, like you said, it feels like an unsafe pick, and then I go through the people in my head. I go, Caitlyn, Kaisa. I'm like, I'm not really feeling great about any of these picks right now. So, them picking Trundle, I'm assuming jungle, because Aatrox ain't going anywhere else.
Okay, I was thinking that instead of picking the jungle, you would pick your marksman because it's already matched, right?
Right.
But I actually really like this because the marksman is the most vulnerable member of your team. So you wait until you see the full composition. I like the Lucian hover. I think that would do pretty well. He has the escape ability, right? Everyone's going to be diving. He has the ability to move. So I think that could be a good choice. But what if they lock in something that completely counters the Lucian, like a Maokai, like the who else has just a direct unmissable CC? These type of champions.
Yeah, and honestly, man, there's so much to talk about on the screen right now. The hover of the Kale,
that's
the
locked.
ADC, that's locked.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
locked.
That is so confident. I mean, against Aatrox, like that is a rough lane, but if you can pull it off, you can pull it off.
Right.
Lee Sin is another pick that we've seen from Pandemonium again. I don't know. Xayah.
Okay, so see, this is a safe pick, right?
Uh-huh.
You go with the pick that can get the crowd control with the feather pole, but also has that ultimate to keep her safe. I think another choice would have been Ezreal if that's what you're worried about. But Lucian still, I think, is good, but he has that low range, and I think that's his only downside within this composition. Is he's too close to the action. You can't really do anything with that. So
Sure.
I respect the Xayah.
Yeah, if I'm playing Victor right now, I'm kind of hating life against Silas, against Samira. Like this is a tough situation to be a mid laner, and I still like Xayah is a good pick. Like don't get me wrong, and I'm still like, no wonder they first pick Samira because they must have practiced these games. They must know what they're doing. Whoever's whatever communication's going on the side of Pandemonium, like they definitely played around a Samira first pick before, and you gotta respect it.
Absolutely. And especially being the, at the moment, only undefeated team so far, you have to have confidence in these players and in their draft strategies and in their ability to play through those drafts. And, we had, if you go and you look, we have seeding done for the Swiss brackets. We actually, as a former champion and based on their roster, we had Filmy up at the top. And so this should be one of those really, really, unfortunately, long games that are truly going to tell us who the top players are. Even in this semifinal, I think that we can really get a good feel for how the final is going to be going.
Yeah, totally. And I think the pressure is for Filmy to make sure that it doesn't go a long game. And I'm seeing it going long. And who wants the game to go longer more than any other champion? That's Kale.
Absolutely.
And I mean, that's a good read for top lane. Again, got to give props to Pandemonium. It feels like they're covering their bases really, really well. It looks like this is a practice state. And I think the game isn't over for Filmy, but Filmy has a very clear direction, and that is Aatrox needs to win his lane. They need to not feed Samira, and they need to do something with Victor. Because Victor is he's a liability, frankly.
And on top of that, he needs to be their mid-game insurance,
Staple.
right? Yeah, the staple. I love that word. That's exactly what it is. He needs to hold them in the game in the middle portion. Because if he isn't strong, when you start getting in these team fights, look at all the melee that they have on the side of Pandemonium. If he gets a good Arcane Storm, I'm so mad. I'm so mad that they changed the names. Like, why? Just leave it the Chaos Storm. It was designed to cause... And if he lands a good Arcane Storm amongst the three and he's behind, won't matter.
Right.
If he's doing well, if he's got the Leandries, if he's got the Ludens, if he's got damage, then it's going to really mess up what Pandemonium's trying to do.
Yeah. There's a lot of ifs going on, and I'm sorry to say, sorry, Gio, I'm not seeing it. It's so rough. Lee Sin, Silas,
Rel.
I feel like Tom Kench is going to spend most of his time protecting Victor, and for what? You know, he needs to be spending his time protecting Zaya. Ugh, not loving it. But it doesn't mean that he's down and out. Victor, famously very good at poking. He can play safe. It's going to be one of those things that if he does not feed, he'll be in a good spot.
True. So I want to talk setups then, because I can see kind of a vision here on the side of Filmy. The Trundle Pillar, one of the most frustrating crowd control abilities in the game. Like, you wouldn't think so. You really wouldn't think so, right? It's only this big,
Right.
and it's a slow.
Right.
No, man, that slow is brutal,
So
especially when Trundle gets to then combo that with his Frozen Earth, and he just moves so quick, right? And so if with the pillar and how close you are to it, that sets up a gravity well. Oh no, what does that
True.
set up? That sets up an Aatrox knockup.
True.
What does that set up? That sets up a Feather Pull, which
Sure.
sets up another knockup. So they have quite a lot of great team fight tool.
Mhm.
And so then I'm looking over here on the side of Pandemonium, and their setup is a lot of Rel. It's no ultimate there on the side of Filmy can be taken by the Silas to set up a play. It has to be on those engages. So a lot of pressure on Jester and Celestia to be setting these guys up. And even then, how long can you do it to allow Let's Vibe the chance to stack up that ultimate?
Absolutely. Yeah. I want to point out a little bit that I agree. I think that Trundle is the difference that could make Victor wrong. I wanted to highlight what chat was saying right here, that Kayle is a cocky pick, you know, as a confident pick into Aatrox. I agree. As someone who likes to navigate through the various subreddits, some of them are very funny. But the Kayle subreddit is very, very famous for being able to take wins or victories from losing scenarios. And I don't know Pogmaker very well. I'd like to know Pogmaker more, hoping they sign up for more tournaments coming up here. But if Pogmaker is one of those people that can either play safe against a losing lane, or can steal something where there shouldn't be necessarily a big victory, I think would cause like a game-shattering scenario. I think it is a gambit, but I think it's a gambit that would pay off handsomely if Kayle is able to not crumble.
Based on Pogmaker's performance on the Gwen, you remember that 1v4?
True. Very true.
So I'm just going to throw it out there that I'm on your side. If he can make it through the early game, which was designed to be difficult, and get to that level 16 point, going to be really strong, especially with, like we've been talking about, the team composition on the side of Filmy. Just the spreading auto attacks that shred everything, it will be very strong. So what we need to see is a strong early game again from Jester on the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Wait, no, that wasn't Jester, was it?
Was it Jester?
It couldn't have been, because the Lee Sin ended up losing.
Yeah, I don't remember game 2. Man, I need to go back. There's so
so
much
stuff
it's been
that
such
happened.
a good tourney. I'm like,
Yeah, so he is on it now, but I can't remember if he played it earlier today. Pretty sure he didn't, because it was against them. Because it was game number 1. Right? Because we had the purple comp, the blue and purple comp.
oh, because Pandemonium was the first game.
Yeah,
Holy cow.
yeah.
Can you hear my brain sloshing?
A little bit. But anyway, yeah, you have to get good setups with those kits. And so
100%.
watching where he goes on the map is going to be important. And watching the counterplay also. You have Tom Kench, you have Zaya. These two champions are very safe. And so playing to those strengths and not allowing a setup is going to be Filmy's job here. Tell you what, I'm really excited.
Yeah, I think this is there's a lot of clear objectives, and I think we're going to be able to watch in real time these teams push towards objectives. Kayle not losing lane, Victor being stable in the mid game, Samira getting to be a powerhouse and just clearing team fights. I think as the time progresses, we're going to be able to clearly shift from the focus of one champion to the focus of another champion to the focus of a third champion. And it's all right there. You know, Aatrox could run over the lane.
Yep.
Kayle could win the late game. Zaya could get fed. there's a lot of things to pay attention to here, and I'm glad you're with us.
Yeah, speaking of, as we start this journey, throw in the chat who you think is going to win. Pan win or FM win? We are on Summoner's Rift for our semifinal here on the PLC June tournament. The entirety of FM going up to the top side. This is good, because if Kayle already has a bad beginning, it just makes it even worse. You blow the flash, you blow another couple of spells, send her back to the lane. That
would be brutal. And honestly, if Filmy is feeling nervous, like, this is what to do. Now, Kayle is in the right spot to be able to run away. I don't see any CC on their team to be able to die. They do spot her, and they're running up to try to catch up to her, but I don't think that we're going to get anything more than a ward down from this, unless people are particularly silly.
No, they're kiting back enough. But look on the bottom side. They are trying to answer. They take out the ward. This is actually huge. Look, it's on the Samira.
Yeah.
That's a level 2 bonus right there.
That 100% is. And we have the wards on the other side too. I think this didn't work out for Filmy as much as they'd like it to. They still got the ward down, and they're still going to get the vision. So, but, oh man. Oh, some early aggression from Sylas going up.
But an equal trade.
Yeah.
A pretty equal trade. I like that Geo starts with the Q there instead of the laser.
100%.
It's a better CSing tool. It's a better trading tool. I like it.
Yeah, Victor, a champion that you do not want early. Aatrox immediately coming out with the aggression is not going to be very good there. Man, there's a lot to be watching on this game. It's like, prepare yourself, sit back in your seat, because we're going to watch a lot of things happen really, really quickly. I like this. See, Kayle is learning.
Might go down. Geo getting electrocute procced there. Man, the camera is so unpredictable because it sees something else happening. But I'm willing to bet that another in here for Mur from Jokers. Wow. Geo is very low, trying to make the trade back, but already popped the first potion. And look at Sylas's item. He started with the Doran Shield instead. Dire Spark almost takes out Pogmaker. Just a slight miss on those sweet spots.
Kayle doing a very good job missing those sweet spots. Dodging into the Aatrox to make sure he doesn't hit that tipper is really good. Now, he doesn't get to CS right now, but again, Kayle's goal right now is not to get an item or 2 items. It is to live until 6.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And that was something we haven't been able to really discuss, is the impact of the Divine Judgment in the later team fights. If you put that on Rel, or you put that on Lee Sin,
Samira.
Yeah, later, when she's the one jumping in and ulting,
yeah,
absolutely. But when you're first starting to set up your plays, you put it on Lee Sin, who has to go all the way to the back, flash kick and all that.
Yeah.
Ooh, but do we have our first gank? Dire Spark is pushing here. They're going to have the wave underneath the turret, but Almond Milk wants to go after Jester. I don't think he knows he's there.
I think he's invading.
Oh, there he is. He steals away the Gromp, and he's on the chase. Jester is slowed by both the pillar and the red buff and the smite.
Okay, honestly, a flash right there is enough to make that worth it right there. And Kayle able to farm fairly okay because she knows where the jungle is. Like, this allows her to kind of she's got the teleport up. She's able to regroup. Aatrox is also able to regroup, but Aatrox's goal right now is not to be safe, is to kill Kayle, which he's not doing right now.
That was really close, almost using that to block the escape path, but the abscond does get Mur from Jokers out. A lot of pressure already from Almond Milk so far.
Yeah, honestly, like the people that are in trouble in these lanes are doing a good job not being dead. That's Tyler One's #1 recommendation for being better in games is don't die. And they're doing a good job. Not First Blood is still claimable. Very anti-PLC. Lee Sin walking up in the bot lane. I don't think he's going to get that much from this, but we can see Tahm Kench being very patient in that middle bush.
There he goes, up onto Let's Vibe. It dodges out. Celestia is going to get the engage. Ignite is down onto Let's Vibe. Jester wants to go in. This is going to be it. No, the barrier is in. Superfan goes down. It's first blood to Celestia on the Rel.
You don't want to
actually, the stun into the pullback, and Darius in some trouble. He's going to get slowed into the Sonic Wave and Resonating Strike. That's another kill. That's 2 over to the side of Pandemonium. Up on the top side, Pogmaker's in some trouble. Dire Spark is going to start the combo. 3 Deathbringer stances into the Infernal Chains. Flash away And that's more what we see on PLC.
You know, see, she's getting out, and that's fine. I'd absolutely take a flash to make sure that she gets to 6.
Mer from Jokers might be in some trouble. Geo doing a great job comboing the crowd control and everything to stay ahead in the health and mana department.
Yeah, I'm not mad at what happened at bot lane, but do notice that none of those kills went to Samira. Samira didn't even get an assist for the second kill. So it's not like she has a lot of gold advantage on the other ADC. However, a kill's a kill. That means that the other bot lane is going to be even more irrelevant. Is going to have a harder time suppressing Samira. Samira's going to have more breathing room if her support is even tankier and can take these engages.
When I was casting with Billy, we talked about how the bottom lanes had opposite goals. One was to stay safe. One, never mind, Geo might be in some trouble. That flash saves him from the Sonic Wave from Jester. Up on the top side, in goes Dire Spark. He goes into the ultimate flashes. He's got the movement speed. He's got increased range on his spells. He almost lands the Infernal Chains. And now, in the mid lane, Almond Milk wants to go on to Mer from Joker. He has the ultimate. No level 6 for Almond Milk, and he does stave off the gank. Meanwhile, he has the support of Jester. Do they see the angle for a dive? They don't.
Man, this Kayle is a Magic player. She knows that health is a resource. She's about to hit 6, and that's going to be like a turning point. Aatrox has not killed Kayle yet, which is pretty big. But you were talking about bot lane with alternate objectives?
Yes. Okay, so Lucian Nami, a very aggressive bot lane.
Yes.
And they played against a very defensive bot lane. Here, the defensive bot lane is the Tahm Kench Xayah, and they both died.
Yes.
That means the other aggressive bot lane is ahead, and that's not what you want if you're the survivor.
Right.
It's better than if they got ahead, right? If you were the early game bot lane,
yes,
you both died,
it's
terrible.
Over. Right.
Terrible. So they can rest assured that, or rather, they don't have to worry yet, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
I don't know why my brain can't put those words into a sentence until just now, but that's what I'm trying to say. It's not too bad, but you also have to remember, you're the safe champions. You shouldn't be dying right now.
It's so fascinating that we kind of have this like lopsided map going on right now where the defensive bot lane is doing okay and the defensive top lane is also doing okay. And so we kind of have this pressure to see who can pressure others.
Early damage onto KFC Superfan. He's going to go into the Abyssal Dive and makes it out okay.
All the CC was used up front, so he's able to use that no problem. Doesn't mean he takes a lot of damage for that, but
Almond Milk is spotted out. Pogmaker does see him. The wave has arrived, meaning Pogmaker is going to be safe. Look at that. Geo got a great gravity well to stop another gank.
That's the spotlight is on all of these losing lanes right now.
Superfan goes in onto Jester. Might be in some trouble. Never mind. He's got Geo and Almond Milk on the way. Jester is ignited. Jester is hit. He is slain by Geo. And now Superfan is on the front line trying to help with Almond Milk. Celestia's presence says that they stop the attack, but that is a kill over to the side of Filmy.
It's honestly incredible. Tahm Kench looking like he's in these terrible situations. And it's just confidence. Like, people forget, Tahm Kench is a tanky champion. Like, he can take punishment. That's what he's designed for.
Gary does take a little bit of damage. It's not enough to really worry about. I like holding the barrier. I like holding a flash. And, Superfan was already on the way. By the way, when did the support player from Filmy take over my alter ego?
Wait.
I'm a KFC fan. Like, of all the fried chicken, I'm a KFC boy.
Sponsored, but no, actually not.
But if you're listening, KFC.
Yeah, we could be. It was really funny because the Leona, he played Leona earlier today, and he played the grill Leona.
That's
which
right.
I really
That's
liked.
right.
I really like that. Absolutely. I guess we're a little hungry here at PLC, but that is okay. Still a very low kill game, almost 10 minutes, and we only have 3 kills. And I'm loving Pogmaker right now. After, I was a little bit hesitant to say that he was good because he was in a pretty winning matchup on the first game that we watched with him. But now there's something to be said about someone who can.
Here comes the fight. The flank from Jester. The kick is comboed with the flash. Duray gets the ultimate and is saved by Superfan. And this is what we were talking about. You have to watch for Jester. You have to use these ultimates to be safe. And what a demonstration of that from the side of Filmy. Jester understands he has an execute on his Q. Mur from Jokers is here as well. All of the defensive tools have been used. There is only a barrier for Derry. He's underneath the turret. He goes down. That's Speed of Warfare. Let's Vibe wants to go in. Jester picks up another kill, and Let's Vibe dies. It's only an execute.
Dang. Wow.
Hogmaker in some trouble. Flash forward into the chomp. Almond Milk picks that one up, and it's okay, but what are they on track? Is Filmy on track to stop the machine that will be Pandemonium later in the game?
Here's the thing. I think Aatrox is online at this point, and that's a pretty scary thought as well. We haven't shut down Aatrox enough for Aatrox not to run over for Pandemonium. But I do think that Kayle is in a comfortable position. Now, comfortable does not win you the game, but there's a lot of goals on the map right now that are being achieved from both teams. So it's really unclear who is winning. Now, one thing that is absolutely not the case is the 0-2 bot lane from both bot laners for Filmy. This doesn't feel very good. They're kind of limping back to lane. You can see their stance of the lane. Have no pressure on this lane, could get ganked on at any point. So Tahm Kench is taking this opportunity to try to gank other lanes. Misses that though. I'm appreciating what Tahm Kench is doing here, but
is he trying to stack up the acquired taste?
Yeah, but he just used his ulti on the bot lane fight. It's not going to be up for maybe another 10 seconds, but still, Sylas might not know that.
Hey, what do you know?
Aha,
wow,
I might
that 6 seconds.
Play that like Tahm Kench a little bit.
But what this does do, look at this. This is going to feat of monster slaying over to the side of Filmy. They don't get the first 3 kills, and there's, we're way too early, in my opinion, for the turrets, but now KFC Superfan might be in some trouble. Celestia goes in onto him. Jester follows the resonating strike. But now Almond Milk up on the front lines, trying to get a little bit on from Mur from Jokers, but now Let's Vibe gets the ultimate onto Geo. He goes away. They do stop the Drake, and this will stop the stacking, which is the point I was trying to make before they very rudely interrupted me with a fight. That would have been the feat of Monster Slaying.
Yeah, 100%. And this is putting Pandemonium back on the map for that. Pandemonium feeling pretty good, have almost a 1k gold lead, but they have kills on champions that matter.
Oof.
Yeah, Kayle's... I feel like it's
this is another kill. Geo is
gone
right there, but Jester caught underneath the turret, has to flash away. One more shot from that would have taken him out.
Absolutely. What I was saying about Kayle is I feel like every single time you get down to 100 health and not die is basically worth a kill with Kayle, because that's that much more resources that people have committed onto you, and you're not dead. Again, Kayle is just exist for long enough, and eventually you'll win.
Superfan wants to go in onto Mur from Jokers. In fact, Mur from Jokers goes in. That's a second stack of an acquired taste, but now they're just going to push this wave underneath the turret and probably reset. They might have some golden pocket.
Yeah, Rel's going to be catching up there. They do have the grubs to push a little bit extra. Going to get at least a plate. Yeah.
Re-engage here. Superfan is in some trouble, but the Ignite down, meaning Mur from Jokers will have some trouble healing up with the W. Celestia uses the ultimate. It does not land. Let's Vibe is trying to stack up the passive. Ignite down onto Derry, throwing out the ultimate. That's a good route onto Celestia. Dire Spark on the top side, though, gets the kill on the Kayle. And that's not what you want to see if you're a Pandemonium fan.
Absolutely.
Mur from Jokers goes in. He has the ultimate to go on to Geo, but that's the Chaos Storm. He's hiding well enough, jumping away, but abduct. He eats Geo, and that's the kill, and that's what we were worried about from the Sylas.
Mur from Joker is a name to watch in this tournament and future tournaments.
Let's Vibe might be in some trouble. Is actually going to jump through the Tahm Kench.
Yeah. That's
I like that.
Something you got to be thinking about playing against Yasuo, playing against Samira is
True.
You are a movement option if you're playing against them. Pandemonium, though, feeling pretty good. 3-0 Sylas. Like I said, Mur from Jokers is really making a name for themselves.
This is 200 gold difference, by the way.
Yeah.
7 kills to 3, but first turret goes the way of Filmy. Now, it's a fight over objectives. The next Drake that spawns in 2.5 minutes, if Filmy can get it, that'll be feats for them. If Pandemonium get it, it'll tie them up so that the Rift Herald will be the deciding factor. And that, in my opinion, is a lot more exciting.
100%. very exciting game. There's a lot to be watching here. I love the confidence of the Tahm Kench. Just all game has been okay to take hits. Like, hey, my champion. We don't see support Tahm Kench's play as well as he's been
Oh,
playing.
Celestia though, just taken down by Gary.
100%. That's what I'm saying. Tahm Kench is just up in the front, stunning them. Like legitimately. Like, he's playing his champion super well. And I don't think people are respecting him for that.
No, and I think that's because he's in the support role, right?
Yeah.
You don't typically expect that to happen. Geo though gets caught by Murph from Jokers, but now he's caught on the pillar. Direspark is here with Almond Milk. He is pretty quick, that Murph from Jokers. He will get away, and that does also interrupt the Rift Herald. That's the feat. Gary, holy crap, gets the kill onto Jester, but now Let's Vibe is stacked up for that Inferno trigger. Do we see it? He does go in, but he immediately gets rooted. Gary gets the ultimate. Then the stun from Superfan. Not Ignite, what is it called? It's called Barrier. It almost saves him, but the Superfan says no. And now Filmy have the pressure on the bottom lane after waiting out their lane. They have pressure on the top lane from the early game pick, and they will get beats.
Wow. Man, it's like, it's so hard to say who's winning because they're both winning in different ways right now. Absolutely brilliant plays to get the Xayah back into relevance. And Silas, I wanted to point out, that bait around the Rift Herald, he's got a pretty substantial kill streak going on. And so a shutdown gold would be very big, very tempting. Silas knows that, and he's able to kind of play with fire a little bit and distract the enemy team. If you are Filmy right now, you need to make sure that you aren't falling for the Silas bait. Don't forget, he heals for what, a bajillion damage when he puts W on you?
I think they nerfed it to a jillion instead of a bazillion.
Okay. Well, it's still ridiculous.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
But yeah, 8 and 6 gold is within 2,000 gold of each other. 17 minutes into the game, I think we have a little bit of a long haul on our hands. And who thrives in a long haul? It's Kayle.
Yeah, you are right, but so does Victor, and so does Xayah. Now, I think Kayle is a greater
I think the clock's
example.
ticking. I think this is really, really rough.
Direspark goes in onto Pogmaker, using the Q to speed up a little bit. The emote game is on point. Pogmaker will make it out, but is
Look at
on
this
that ward.
confidence.
Knocked up there. Pogmaker trying to run away. Probably has the flash. Is going to use the blast. He
Whoa!
flashed to stay on the blast cone. Direspark is chasing. Is going to get slowed. Dodges out the first, but misses the second. Flashes away, and Pogmaker finally makes it out. Holy crap, that was fun. But now over by the Drake. Celestia might be in some trouble. Direspark teleports in. Wants to go in onto Let's Vibe. He jumps out. Murph from Jokers is the next target. Geo is low. Almond Milk goes down, but in the middle, Superfan will get the eat onto Let's Vibe. Gets the kill as well. Jester is slowed down. Celestia is slowed down. Up comes Superfan. Murph from Jokers is low as well. Pogmaker, and somehow he revived. And no, he didn't
Teleported.
die. He just teleported in. But Drake goes to Filmy.
It's like Clash of Titans right now. When you watch the Silas kill the Xayah, you're like, oh man, both of them were winning, but Silas is winning more, and they're gonna take a lot from that. And once again, the gap is closing. This feels very similar to our game 2 in the Swiss round, where it was like as soon as one person has an advantage, the other team is able to jump in. I am loving this Tahm Kench. It's hard for me to claim an MVP in this game so far. Because there's so many great plays right now. And this Tahm Kench is doing a great job being confident, taking space, making it difficult for these people to go for carries because he just kills them.
Yeah.
Like he's doing so much damage.
I loved his positioning there as well. If the Abduct had landed, he would have been knocked up by, I'll use correct words. If the Abduct had landed from the Silas, he would have been knocked up by the Tahm Kench. Almond Milk is here. Pogmaker, trapped between an Aatrox and a pillar, and that's never where you want to be. That's another kill, a detriment to the game.
Words are rather difficult today because Aatrox is online, and Aatrox does not like to use big words. He
No.
just likes to stab you and crush you with the big sword.
Bottom lane, Rift Herald is summoned up. I wanted to say they had the turret already, but Jester is rooted. Superfan up in the front line. Look at that Heartsteel already completed. Just up front, ready to absorb that damage and do what he needs to do. Meanwhile, bot side, that's a second charge from the Rift Herald.
Possibly.
And, you know, Dire Spark might just take that turret too.
That's crazy. There's so much going on right now. And we're seeing the response from blue team come in, but 2 towers too late. It's pretty rough out there. Filmy, while being technically a kill down, is a 3k gold difference because of all the objectives they've taken. That last play catching out the Kayle just took Kayle from, oh, I can survive, to, ooh, now I'm a detriment again.
Right.
And that makes Aatrox online, as I was joking about before. Aatrox is significant. It's tough to put my finger.
They're sneaking the Otacon.
Yeah.
On spawn, you have so much healing from these champions. They're just going to take it.
Yeah, 100%. And they're not going to be able to stop it either. Thornbound and Otacon going to them. They are going to take a turret back for it, but the damage is done. The gold is injected.
Going to get it.
So, yeah, it's tough. Kayle, again, has gone from, I just need to wait it out, to being a liability. Chat, I believe it or not, may have been right for this pick.
I think there's still time.
There's still time, but it's until that time, she is a weakness on the lane. Wherever she is weak. Now she's not worth as much gold, and so she's going to be trying to take turrets. You can see
she is going to take this bottom one, but at what cost?
Yeah.
Because Aatrox is already here. In fact,
she's going to take it.
Pogmaker isn't even going to take the turret. He pushed the wave all the way up there, and Dire Spark is chasing. He hasn't hit Pogmaker yet. There it is. It's no longer an execute. I think Dire Spark can just leave it at this point.
Yeah, she's super fast, so she's able to do that. Ulti has to be used, which is an ulti that's not in the team fight. But again, a kill's a kill. Kayle not being alive means that Kayle doesn't get to farm as much. This is tough.
So when you combine the 4 deaths on the Kayle with the 502 of the Sylas, maybe you're even.
It's so tough to say that we're even. It feels like Filmy has a clear advantage just from the kind of even spread through all their champions. It's
knock up onto Celestia underneath the turret, but look at Jester. That flash root was disgusting. Gary plays that perfectly. Let's vibe. Jumps through Almond Milk. Gets slowed down by the ultimate. Is going to use the W to stop a little bit of damage, but Dire Spark goes unstoppable. And you know what? Filmy, here they come.
Yeah, I'm sure I don't need to remind people that Filmy has won a tournament before, and this is what it takes to win a tournament. Seen a couple of losses from them today, but that is okay.
Pogmaker in some trouble. Almond Milk is going to slow him down with the pillar once again. That's another flash. He's slowed. The attack move was not the right one to make. He is in the ultimate, but does not go down. Oh, but the flash Q from Almond Milk takes him out.
Oh, no. Hate to see that, but it is what it is. Dragon will be coming up pretty soon here. We do have the enemy, or the Pandemonium coming up to try to prevent the dragon from being taken, but it's gonna kind of feel a little bit too little too late, especially with an Aatrox. I don't even have to check Aatrox's health. He's healthy. And yeah, this is gonna be tough.
Geo might be in some trouble. Murph from Jokers goes in. He flashes out of the Chaos Storm, and Geo is just trying to run away. Does he have it? He doesn't. Did not flash. He kept control of his summoner spell, so that's at least a boon. But that's now a 6-0 Sylas with an extra gap closed with the Rocket Belt.
I'm telling you, man, it just doesn't feel good to be Victor against this team. There's not a lot you can do unless you're fighting Kayle, but Kayle doesn't need very much to be oppressed. It's tough, but despite that, Filmy is still doing good as a team in general. It's man, both teams are doing a pretty okay job at filling their weaknesses with where their strengths are. Although it does feel like the Kayle is a little bit weaker than the Victor as far as liabilities go. Still loving the power plays made by Tahm Kench. That root from Xayah was just, that was brutal.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the kind of game where it's like some people are just going to get to shine, and other people need to know how to lose gracefully. And as of right now, it just feels like Kayle is not losing as well as Victor.
So that was actually a really big topic on our latest episode of PCP. Shameless plug. But now another fight here. Geo versus Mur from Jokers. And this is what we were talking about. Godlike goes Mur from Jokers. The Sylas is very, very strong.
Yeah, 100%. This is one of those things that Top Ramen, if you ever talk to him, is like, if you're going this, it's just optimal to go Majais. It might be a curse. It might not go as well, but it's a little bit silly that he hasn't credit banded.
But Mur from Jokers gets caught here. He does get the ultimate from Almond Milk, and he is still alive, and this might be the step in. KFC Superfan is ignited and brought into the fight. Let's Vibe is being chased by Deary. He doesn't go down quite yet. Mur from Jokers, though, gets his legendary kill.
100%. And okay, never mind. He does have the component for Majais. I really think that he should upgrade it. Yeah, 460 healing on his W is what I saw when he punched Trundle to death.
Ow!
It's just, he's a crazy champion because he's got the Rift Maker.
Not
and all
sorry.
that.
Ow, not how. That's my bad. But now Superfan is in some trouble. You don't go in on the Fed guy. Mur from Jokers wants to go in on the Derry, but he gets rooted. He gets shut down, and Derry takes him down. Jester goes as well, and Derry saves the day.
I'm telling you, man, this Tom Ketch is confident in all the right ways. Wow. Sylas, the person to be baiting the enemy team over and over again, gets baited by Tom Ketch, who's able to say, oh, I'm going to die. Oh, I have a shield, and guess what? Zai kills you. Wow.
No more Medjais. Like, that dream is gone at this point.
Yeah.
He's down to 5 stacks on the seal. And this is Baron going to be going over to the side of Filmy. They don't even have their jungler there yet. He's going to secure it because he gets there right now. And look at that. Tom Ketch is already back alive. That's 5 Baron buffs for Filmy. Now 6,500 gold ahead. This is looking like their ticket to finals.
100%. And I'm telling you, Xayah getting, or you didn't, not even to mention the Xayah getting the shutdown gold for Sylas. That's exactly where you want your money to go.
Oh, yes.
Because Xayah was doing good. Now she's doing great, man. She's got her third item. She's got a powerhouse. Like, at this point, Pandemonium need kind of a miracle to be able to stay relevant in this game, because right now Baron buff says, hey, we're knocking on your door. They could win the game in the next 2 minutes right now.
So one of my favorite things to do is to observe what the word miracle actually means. And in my eyes, a miracle looks like 2 more levels on Kayle and 1 more completed item.
I think it's a little bit more than that. I think Kayle needs to live. I think that helps them win. I think they need to catch someone. They need to catch someone that's winning. Namely Aatrox, namely Xayah, without any repercussions the other way. I think that is what our miracle is. Because if they lose another team fight, they lose the game.
Mur from Jokers is teleporting. Ooh. He makes it out, and look at beautiful use of the observing tool. Everyone, if you can, whether just claps.
Golf claps, yeah.
We're clapping for production here, because that was a perfect way to direct that camera. Jester is going to be in some trouble here. He does not get rooted again. Jester going to get the kick to save nothing. Derry now on a rampage.
What are they doing here? They're going after Aatrox when their base is kind of falling down. I don't think Sylas kills
He wants
Aatrox.
shutdown gold, but with the help of Pogmaker, never mind, Pogmaker just feeds himself over to Geo. They're on the chase for Mur from Jokers. He doesn't have teleport anymore, and even if he did, they've got the interrupts. They've got the kill. That's a double for Geo, and the victor is the victor, not the victim.
Wow. I think just the testament to overconfidence from Sylas. I think confidence is how Sylas got to 9-0. Overconfidence is how he's 9-2 now. And I think that is going to cost them the game. I legitimately think that whatever miracle they could have had now is kind of left in the dust as an inhibitor goes down. I kind of wish they pushed a little bit more with the Baron. I get the Get Dragon, and that is Soul, I believe.
Yeah, it's because they have 4.
But I think Soul is a win more button right now. I think they could have had a blown up Nexus at this point. Who am I to say otherwise? But yeah, an inhibitor down, not exactly what you want to see as Pandemonium right now. We are officially in underdog territory. I am not seeing a lot of outs for Pandemonium.
No, I'm with you on that. Not a lot going on for them. They do have the opportunity to farm the super waves. I think you got to get your Kale on that. A, she'll do it very quickly. B, need the gold on her to get those items because that's the insurance policy,
She only has
right?
one item right now.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah. It's super rough. It's
Oh, the back is stopped. Jester is still there. It's a 2v2, but Kale can't be here. Ignite down onto Jester. Up on the top side. Let's Vibe wants to do something. He's in a 1v2. Is going to get the Inferno Trigger. Flashes away. Flash followed by Almond Milk. And there's the Inferno Trigger. Keeping him alive quite well. But Dire Spark goes godlike on the top side. His team takes out the middle inhibitor turret. They're going to take the middle inhibitor. This might just be the end, Shazbot.
I think it might be. I think you're right. You can see the confidence in the Samir. You can see the plays. She just disappears.
And Jester is going to be the final casualty on the side of Pandemonium as Phil Me go up in our semifinals and will be our first finalist for the June PLC tournament.
100%. I think both teams, got to respect them. They both played really, really well, but Phil Me coming out on top, I think they played to their strengths better, and eventually that small gap led to a wide canyon, and gotta give it to them. Good game.
It looked really, really good. The liability of the victor that was brought up in Champ Select, we saw it, right?
Mm-hmm.
He died a few times, but the pickup of the bottom lane, the way the bottom and top were able to play and give him that room in the middle of the game was exactly what they needed. Beautiful positioning from the Trundle Pillars. Everything about that from the side of Filmy looked incredible.
Great. It's awesome. I got to give the MVP to Tom Kench, though. I really think that he was the thing that made a even game with stuff turn into a lead, because he was there to make the plays to save Victor and then to get bot lane relevant.
There you go. All right, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Our finals will be right after this. Welcome back, everybody. This is the finals. Actually, it's League of Legends, not the finals. But it is the finals of our June PLC tournament. I am Juhadre, that's Shazbot. He's embarrassed. We're glad to be here.
I really am glad to be here. I'm very excited. Every single game this tournament has been amazing, or at least the ones that we've streamed.
Right.
The ones that I've got to watch. I've got to watch great League of Legends. I'm just happy.
Absolutely. Same here. And do you know who else is happy? Our two teams who made it to the finals. We are watching Filmy versus Durian Defenders, and it's them versus us. We are into draft. We are deep into draft already, actually.
Wow, and we're seeing sluggers already. There's a lot to talk about. Aatrox versus Set, Trundle already in there, Syndra versus Hwei. Wow. Oh my goodness.
We have a lot to talk about already because Filmy chose blue side with their coin toss.
Yes.
The Aatrox looking great. The Trundle looking great. Banned away the Tom Kench. This is feeling pretty good.
And I'm maybe misremembering. So again, this is a rematch of our game 2 for this tournament. The Durian Defenders and Filmy were both on stream for the second game. And I want to say that J4 was in that game with MF.
Yeah.
But I could be misremembering. Anyways, very, very strong showing with that J4. It caused a lot of problems.
Absolutely. And you are correct, because you and Billy were talking about the combo there with
Yes.
the Cataclysm Bullet Time. Great combo, by the way. One of my
100%.
favorites.
Xin Zhao as well.
He was in there.
Yeah. So these teams have absolutely learned to take out some comfort picks. And I'm pretty sure Zach was banned on that first game. So now that we see it, here we are.
Yeah, definitely. And I like the Janna ban here, because look at your champions, Zach and Set.
Yep.
Janna says no thank you to both of those champions. I wonder what's going to come out with the rest of this composition. Are we going to see another diving support?
It's interesting. There's the MF ban. I'm loving this Hwei pick. We came in kind of midway, so my brain still has to kind of catch up from the time lag. But with such a thick front line already, Set less mobile, Zach more mobile, the peel for Hwei is really good. And Hwei has crowd control options and damage options that can make an Aatrox or a Trundle suffer.
There you go.
Yeah.
Last
Renata Glass.
ban is Renata Glass. I forgot the ban word. Like I don't know what. You know what it is? You know what it is? I'm a dad now. That's what it is.
That's 100%.
My brain is just off for half of the things I'm saying. It's not like she's going to listen to half of what I say anyway. And so I think I've just resigned myself to only getting half of the information out I want.
Sure. Yeah, Renata was another champ. I'm pretty sure Ash was as well champions that we saw. Xayah. Now, Xayah is on the side of Filmy, right?
It is not, no.
Oh, it was not. Okay, my bad. It's on Durian Defenders, because Xayah was someone that we saw in the semifinals, played to great effect. Smolder, that is not a champion we see a lot at PLC.
No. And it's locked. Look at that. Wow. Oh, and the Mel. Are we going to get Mel? I love Mel.
I like their comp. I like their comp a lot. Not only is it putting the clock on Poppy is great too. Poppy against Zach as well is frustrating.
Yeah, it's another one of those champions that is frustrating when you have a lot of dashes.
Yeah.
Dashes and jumps. Wait, man, you know what?
We're playing with our hearts.
You know what we need to do? The next time we're watching Filmy, we need to just say, I guess that's okay.
Yeah. Not my
I'm just gonna let
favorite.
it go. Then they'll lock it in.
Okay, good. I wanted them to play that.
But I'm not upset about the Soraka either, because Smolder needs to be in the lane and farming, and one of the best ways to keep him in the lane is to heal him up with the Soraka.
Can I disagree? Because I don't know what Soraka is. It's not like they have like a ton. Hwei's got the poke. I think Braum Xayah is a much scarier lane than Smolder Soraka.
Well, yeah, because Smolder's another one of those scalers, right? It's kind of like the Kale. You don't want to have your overly pressured lane when you're playing Smolder. You're just trying to stack.
Yeah, but what is Soraka doing that prevents them from getting run over? You know, like I feel like this Soraka. I liked the Poppy more, and maybe they had too many options at the start. But Poppy is really going to give that protection from the Zac coming in. Again, like what Smolder needs to stack, like the Kayle last game, is to not be dead.
Right.
And so if they're getting dived on, like you need a peel, not sustain.
Okay.
So, anyways, I could be wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong, but Soraka was what we got.
Isn't that the best thing about craft, ladies and gentlemen, is the ability to say, I think, but I understand. I disagree, but and that's one of the fun things about looking at all of these games and watching these teams, because they have different mentalities and thoughts about how the game should be played. So, you know, kudos A to them for picking what they wanted to pick. Kudos to you, B, for seeing through the lies that I have been spouting, and C, kudos to me, because I'm cool.
Yeah, you are cool indeed. And honestly, like this is peak League of Legends right here. This is what League of Legends is all about, is to be able to make this. League of Legends could be a bunch of boxes with similar stats just whacking each other without any uniqueness, but we don't live in that world. We live in a world with strengths and weaknesses that we can play to, and that's what makes the game interesting. Imbalance a little bit to allow people to shine or not shine is what makes this game fun. It's what I keep coming back, and why I'm excited for this game. I really think like this game is defined by Aatrox Trundle, at least on the side of Filmy. And then Durian Defenders is defined by their front line, which is Sett and Zac. I feel like they have great backline options that set a certain precedent. Filmy being that they're going to scale up over time, and Durian Defenders being that long range aggression. But I still think that the game is going to be decided by how the top lane and how the jungle are able to navigate, not just team fights, but their lane through ganks. I'm going to say that we need to look at those 4 champions the most to determine how the game is going to go.
Lucky for us, we're already familiar with Dire, Spark, and Almond Milk on these champions. We know how they're going to be working. It actually is, if it's going to be similar to how the last one went, which it probably won't, because Sett plays the exact opposite way that Kayle does, but it would be leave the Aatrox on that island for a little bit, let him sustain and let him do what he's going to do, while Almond Milk does what he does around the map. But I think it's going to be a little bit more focused on other parts of the map, because the Aatrox Sett, they're just going to fight each other.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is that while we're familiar with a lot of the people in Filmy, like they're playing similar champs, we've not seen any of these champions from Durian Defenders. I think Braum is a repick on the side of Gibbon, but like these are totally different champs. Bacon Lips on Sett. I haven't seen Sett all day, if I remember correctly.
Oh, it was game 3 actually.
Game 3. My apologies.
That's okay. You were getting McDonald's.
I did. And it was
good.
But Hui as well. Not someone. I guess we do see him in PLC. Just very interesting. So, kind of the wild card versus the tried and true. Filmy have a little bit of a name to reclaim. They both want to win the tournament again, and they it's a rematch. They want to reclaim the loss.
Exactly. And I think Geo is going to perform a little bit better on the Syndra. You have more agency and more self-peel tools than you do on the Victor. Yeah. Now, not that he has anything to redeem himself for, because they won that game, and I think he played Victor as best he could in the situation.
Right.
But I like the choice here. Syndra's a little bit more proactive. She's safer. She's got the longer range on the crowd control. It's more reliable. Not as much, because they just changed Victor's W to be a set amount of time instead of random.
Yes.
And I miss the random. I'm gonna say, I really do. I love unique little things that make certain champions special, and that was one of them. Right? Who else in the game has a crowd control that just surprises you?
agree to disagree.
That's
That's
fine.
okay.
That's fine. See, that's the other thing about this game, like you were talking
can
about.
disagree.
We've got this just breadth of opinions and powers and things, and we are allowed to have those opinions. And it doesn't matter what that opinion is, because in the end, we don't control the game.
Yeah, and honestly, like we were talking about on the PCP podcast, shameless plug number 2. We have all these control mages in the PLC. It's so fascinating to me that we don't see in solo queue. It is Z Z Z Talon Z, right? And that's it. And like we don't even see Z. We don't see assassins nearly as often, especially with how focused the control mages are. Now that just might be my MMR showing, or that might be the fact that like it shows the power of communication for these control mages, which is really fascinating to me. But I agree. I'm like, is that something that like teams can take advantage of now? That like I know there are a lot of control mage players. You know, I can think of a couple off the top of my head that I love, like Vhagar, or you know, that you can kind of prey on. I know when I was playing mid lane for a team that has now crumbled, one of many, I liked to play more assassin characters because I was playing against a lot of control.
You were big on the Nefiri.
Mm-hmm.
Nefiri and Ambessa, I remember.
Ambessa and Echo.
Oh, it was Echo, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are my 3. So, and I could play more, but those are the ones that I played because I liked playing into Syndra's and into Hui and all that.
Well, then you missed an opportunity because we had a Kha'Zix in game number 3 as well.
The mid lane?
Oh, it was in the jungle, but
Oh,
it was
okay,
still an assassin.
We see assassins, just not in the mid lane. And that's what's fascinating.
I don't think we see him in the jungle much either.
Yeah, I mean, we like Xin Zhao, obviously a fighter.
Right.
Don't get me wrong.
It's fighters and tanks.
Right. But yeah, we don't see like Rengars and all that.
Oh, man, bring
Fizzes.
back those days.
In solo queue, you can't go 2 games without seeing a Fizz. In PLC, when's the last time we saw a Fizz? You know?
I don't think we did. And
We don't need to see
thank
this.
God for that. Here we are on Summoner's Rift for our finals. There is no Fizz. I will repeat it. Thank goodness for that. We're on the Rift. Game number 5 of the day. First hit for first strike goes to Geo against Wazy. Show us your love in the chat, everybody. Who's going to win? We have Phil Me on the blue side and Durian Defenders on the red. This is a rematch of game number 2 of the day. Who's going to come out ahead? Do you have a prediction, Shazma?
I want to give it to Durian Defenders. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. This is their first tourney. And
It is the first time we've seen them.
I love, number 1, they've played solid throughout the entire tourney. They've done great to even get this far on their first tourney. But number 2, oh man, the game 2 is so fun, and I think they deserve that win. I think they should be able to close it out. I'm not thrilled by some of the choices that Filming has chosen, but we'll see. I'm okay with being wrong too. I would not be mad with a Filming victory.
It's the Soraka, isn't it?
It is this. It really is. I tend to lock into like one choice that I don't like on a team. That is my entire basis. But yeah, I'm not a fan of the Soraka.
But super fan right here, hit with the concussive blows. No pullback from XO King.
Dang.
We get a decent trade in the bot lane.
Gibbon is. I remember very well. In game 2, both supports, it was that Alistar, and I believe it was a
It was a
Braum.
Braum, yeah.
It was amazing to watch them both. They both played it very, very well. But we'll see. Gibbon is taking a lot of pressure and a lot of poke for what was originally a really good engage.
Up on the top side, I don't know if you saw it, that was a set W start. And that's really, I think that's the first time I've seen that. I've seen E start, I've seen Q start, I don't think I've seen W. And I'm interested in that choice because it's supposed to be what you max last, it's supposed to be what you pick last. Yeah, supposed to, in quote marks, I guess I should say. But it's interesting and it's a lot of fun. That's another one of the great things about this game and why we keep coming back to it. King is in a little bit of trouble. Gary comes out ahead on that trade, and Gibbon has no way to sustain King up.
Yeah, potion's already used. He's looking really, really weak, especially because both jungles started topside, went bot lane, so they should be prepping for a gank, and gank is not where you want to be when you have 200 health.
Right.
And guys, don't let me down. I'll show this rock up. Come on, guys. But seriously, like this is a difficult situation to be. Allowing the wave to push up to the turret, not bad at all. I think they should be fine.
16 stacks on the Smolder so far. We see that in the top left corner of his portrait next to the ultimate timer. And the sustain coming from the Soraka plus the Keystone. Wait a minute. Bacon gets pulled back in, hits a nice W, but it's not enough. One more auto attack. The flash is followed. First blood over to Dire Spark. We have Elastic Slingshot onto Almond Milk. Flash forward. Superfan is keeping him alive for now. Gibbon is ignited. Damage is going down. Almond Milk will die, but so will Gibbon.
No,
now
man.
King is still alive. The barrier makes Derry the recipient of the war. The feat of war. Wazy is going to be next. That's a flash forward for the auto attack. Derry and Superfan are going to get the kill onto Lava Slide. That's 5-1 from the top to the bottom across the rift. Fill Me fills their pockets with gold.
Bill Me fans are feasting right now. I absolutely, I got to shout out Rick in the chat. I did not give enough credit to Dire Spark last game, who absolutely deserved it last game. Played a great, solid game against Kale, which was a winning lane, but he also just played good in team fights as well. Getting that solo kill on Set should be respected, and Set needs to not play like Set for a little bit, because that is a lot of strength that you give. A pickaxe already coming out for the Aatrox. That's
All
scary.
that said, he missed the cannon, so all respect taken back.
So true, so true.
Here comes the next fight. Bacon Please goes in. He does have that W charge. It's not nearly enough without the full bar from his grit, but that is half health, right?
Mhm.
That's an even-ish trade there.
But you don't take even trades against Set. While Aatrox might have heal, Set has
Superfan might be in some trouble. He is caught with the concussive blows, and the pullback gives King another kill, or his first, I should say.
Now, the game 2 of the Swiss with this team the first time, it was back and forth and back and forth.
Bacon's in some trouble. He will get the...
Whoa!
And he got the outplay! Holy crap! Bacon Please ate his bacon and is strong and full of energy today, getting the solo kill retribution against Dire Spark.
I take it all back. That was awesome.
Geo is in some trouble. Almond Milk is here. We have exact opposite shifts here on the mid lane. Almond Milk going to go after Wazy, but the pillar just knocks him away from the team. Geo wants to set up a nice pole. He has the unleashed power, gets the kill with the Scatter of the Weak, and that's 2 for the Syndra.
That's really rough. Now, as I was saying, the game 2 was really swingy both ways, and it looks like we might have something similar. Gold differences are already starting to widen. Syndra 2-0 against the Hui, who is really struggling right now. Also notable, Smolder 2-0.
Yeah.
Smolder, the champion that we had slated to be, well, he's just gonna farm and be relevant later, is suddenly relevant now.
Yeah,
And that's scary.
46 stacks as well. What's first break point? Isn't it 50?
I think it's
No.
like 25 or something.
Oh, yeah, it's really low. Well, let's watch. Let's watch the next.
Yeah, it's
queue.
gonna
Yeah.
explode.
Okay. So that one exploded. So he's past his first break point, but then the next one is 125. Right? It's really wide.
Yeah,
The gap. Okay.
There's-
So
There's multiple breakpoints. One is really small, and he's already hit that, and you should be approaching the next one really well. One big thing is that Braum blocking the damage does not block the stack.
correct.
And so he's able to farm those stacks every time he shoots the, forgive me, is it Achu? That's
It's the snowball.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one right there.
Every single time he lands that on Braum, even Braum doesn't take the damage, he's getting a stack for that. And a stack is not what you want on a fed Smolder.
Exactly. Hitting level 6, meaning Mom is on the rift now. Tell you what.
I hate his abilities.
Is Mom Shyvana's aunt?
I don't know. He's definitely Silas's aunt. We'll just say that.
Okay, that's fair. Derry playing pretty far up in the lane, very confident. And, you know, I was talking about his sustain. It's not just the Soraka, it's his keystone as well. Using that fleet footwork to keep himself in the lane, I love the choice. Bacon gets the stun into the Haymaker, but now might be in some trouble. Frozen Domain means Almond Milk is quite quick. Gank has been turned around on the bottom side. Derry is hit with a Winter's Bite, but nothing's going to happen here on the bottom.
And I'm building Smolder wrong on my games. But yeah, it looks like a lot of action on the top side. Zach jumping in, doesn't land anything. Man, these top lane sluggers are making me hold a breath a little bit. Set has such confidence, which got him killed initially, but is clearly doing something right with both a CS lead and the ability to just walk up the Aatrox.
Superfan is in some trouble. Concussive Blow stuns him. The Root is there. The ult knockup is there. The Ignite is there. Gibbon picks up a kill. Gary might be in trouble next, but he just flaps away.
Yeah, sue me to say that if they lose their Fall Guys.
Fall Guys.
I almost called it Fall Guys. Wow. If Filmy loses this bot lane, I feel like it's a detriment on the Soraka side. Like I don't think Soraka is doing anything to make Smolder last longer. Man, I'm a lot of hate for this champion, but it really just does not feel the best, and I already feel like they're doing good though. So anyways, Drake going over to the side of the Durian defenders, and yeah, they. Oh no, it was a trade up for Epic Monster.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of damage.
So first strike damage looking really good. Bacon goes into the Showstopper. Ignite is in. This is actually really smart.
Ooh.
Haymaker is flashed. He needs one more auto attack. Knuckle down, secures it, and Bacon Lips picks it up.
Bacon Lips is. Look at that gold difference we used to. Like, you know that Syndra is beating Hwei pretty bad.
Yeah.
But, like, it looks kind of even between that, but the CS, the amount that Set has prevented Aatrox from being. This is our first game on stream where Aatrox is not the threat.
Yeah. And which is interesting because it's the same player, too.
Yes.
But now Gibbon wants to go in and dissuade Derry from doing anything. Oh, it's because Lava Slide is here. He has a skin that makes it look like a Lava Slide. They're just going to walk out of here. Bomb is called up, but now Bacon is in some trouble. Geo throws the Unleash Power, rather.
Oh, gone.
Pulled in, and there it is. Dire Spark gets his revenge with the help of his mid laner. And, you know, what a great roam coming up from the Syndra.
All right, am I out of touch with the Zac players? Is that a proto belt on the Zac? I don't think I've ever seen proto belt on Zac before, and that just might be that I haven't played it for a while.
You may not be out of tune with the Zac players, but you're out of tune with the names. That is a rocket belt.
Ah, my bad. It was back in my day. But still, it's not.
Yeah, point stands. It is an item that I don't see often either.
Very often. I wonder what the thought process there. I hasn't gotten a ton from it, but I did see that in the last fight and like blinked twice when I was like, did Braum just use proto belt? No, that was Zac. Zac going
There
back
he goes. He does have passive, meaning that he is brave here. He jumps in to get the stretching strike. Derry, almost stunned, uses the barrier and makes it out alive so far. Gibbon is low. Lava Slide is low. No counter gank coming. But, man, these guys, that's the Raka in action right there.
Totally. Yeah, no, you're right. You're 100% right. That is the Raka in action. And man, so Zac used the proto belt right there to get the Q, but like to what avail? I just like at what point do you just build boots? Even said I need to study. There's too much going on, man. I'm freaking out. I've gotta learn what's going on. Set still hitting like a truck, even though he did die.
Lava Slide is in some trouble. Uses that rocket belt. Flash follow from Almond Milk. But now, King in some trouble. Gets hit with Mom. Derry's on a killing spree. That's going to be a double kill. He is ignited, but it doesn't matter. And look at this. The flash burned by Almond Milk is to his own death.
Okay, and who enabled the kill bot lane? Soraka. I'm going to give it. That was Soraka 100%. They were able to bait out Braum overextending because Soraka was able to help.
But now, without the W, that means that Bacon might be in some trouble. Dire Spark wants to go in on him. dodging out the Darkened Blade. Second one does land. Flash for Geo to get away from Lava Slide. The fight on top side does break up, but Bacon Lips is still pushing against the turret with a health deficit. Like, what the heck happened there?
Yeah, this game is baffling right now. There's basically a kill on everyone on the map except Trundle of all people. And oh my goodness.
Bacon Lips dodging out the Infernal Chains, gets the pull in. Is he low enough? He hits the W and he's fast, but is he fast enough? Dire Spark chasing him in, rush into the alcove. He gets the ultimate, but he does go down.
Okay, your regen is crazy, dude. Not that crazy. Calm down. What is this set's confidence? Oh my goodness.
He's role playing.
I guess so, man. And he's only a couple of gold. I mean, he's farming the wave, so it's gonna widen a little bit. But man, 2 and 3, he loses a couple of plates there. We got a finals, y'all.
Lava Slide goes in onto Dire Spark. He's trying to clear the waves so that the turret will take Dire Spark down a little bit. More of the Darkened Blade onto Lava Slide. He knocks him off. He's got the red buff and the rocket belt. He gets the shutdown.
Man, never underestimate the amount of damage that a Zac player can do. Zacs love it when you underestimate their damage, but they actually do damage. They clear jungle, turns out.
Superfan caught out again. He's going to get hit with the concussive blows. And what? That's anti-heal on King already.
Wow.
Gary dodges out the Glacial Fissure, still taking a bit of damage here, not rooted up by King, but Gibbon doing quite a lot of work there. Mom is dodged out by the champions, but man, those minions got roasted.
100%. Can we get that a new name? Oh man, a teleport coming in from the Aatrox.
Oh, he's gonna take the turret. He doesn't even care. He takes the turret. That's the first one, and now he's gonna fight Aatrox. He doesn't have the Haymaker anymore, but I don't think that's even gonna stop him. He's just gonna go fight the guy into the Deathbringer stand. No, sorry, World Ender. That's what that one's called. He's gonna get the slow. Does he have the W flash into the stun? And there is the Haymaker. He doesn't have enough after that. Flash is burned. No flash available for Bacon Lips, and Dire Spark picks up the kill.
This set's like got such macho energy. I mean, it allows him to take the turret, which all the power to him. But man, I just like what the mind of a set player is a mystery to me.
Almond Milk caught with the concussive blows immediately into the root. Almond Milk is alive because Superfan shows up and gives him the heal, but it was with the ultimate as well. Flash from Superfan, meaning Lava Slide does not get the stretching strike. The disengage is there, but instead Wazy is caught by Geo, giving him a whole lot of gold because of the first strike.
Yeah, man. I'm just looking at the amount of heal reduction. I can't quite see, but we have a lot of ignites on the enemy team. On Braum, on Set, I believe. I don't think Set took teleport. And that's crazy because they're against Trundle, they're against Aatrox and Soraka. And while I'm someone who thinks that heal reduction is a little bit overhyped, it's doing work.
Yeah,
on these team fights.
Dire Spark is going to surprise Bacon Lips here with the Infernal Chains, but he just does not care. He knuckles down and he gets this ward like he wanted to in the first place. Gonna get the slow from the Stride Breaker. He's gonna get some auto attacks here as well. He will not be able to land the stun, but he does get a decent Haymaker there. He's gonna have to dodge out the Infernal Chains. Is pulled back, but he is killed. Dire Spark gets another solo kill. Derry's gonna take a turret, has to flash away. Flash ultimate from Gibbon. The slow is there for Derry. He has already used the barrier. He is now slowed with the concussive blows. He's stunned with the concussive blows, and King is here. One more auto shutdown gold over to King.
That's not good, guys. On Xayah of all champions too. I think Xayah is officially online now. The clock is still ticking with Smolder as he gets closer to that Elder Dragon.
They are hungry. Almond Milk, Geo, going on to Gibbon, but they've completely ignored the fact that King hasn't gone back up that way.
Yeah, is able to recall just safe. Honestly, a fair trade to allow the support to die. That is still gold. That is still a death, and they're going to be able to take dragons clearly for that. But that was going to happen anyways. So the fact that the ADC is able to get out of there is really good. Keep that damage.
So is that good on Gibbon, or is that bad on Filmy?
I say yes.
Okay.
It's good on good on both. They took a bad situation and they mitigated the damage. Soraka getting out of there, yeah.
50 health.
That's pretty crazy. And honestly, if that Oblivion Orb was not Oblivion Orb and was a little bit more AP, I think that would have killed it. Crazy thoughts, right? Like,
well, and that's what's so interesting is that's the reason why things are the way they are. That's why things are balanced that way. Why you don't get this absurd amount of AP from the heal cut items.
Yeah, and blasting one does not build into every single item you want to build. So it's not a one-to-one comparison, but it is one of those things that I'm like, the regen from Soraka is not necessarily something that's going to like make or break a fight, which it did just there. But yeah, here we are. Just the game is stabilizing out. We get the chance to kind of look at each of these players. There is a significant gold lead to the side of Filmy. Almost said Fall Guys again. And here we are. Like it's a tough situation to be a Durian Defender fan, but I still feel like Durian Defenders have some power in the Xayah. This set needs to stop fighting Aatrox, dude. Like,
no, he's got heal cut now.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, there we go. Dire Spark against Bacon Lips. He does get the stun. Gonna knock him into his team. Gibbon is here. They are gonna get concussive blows. They're gonna stun him. And now Lava Slide gets another knockup with the elastic slingshot. Let's bounce onto Almond Milk. Wazy has come as well. Derry over the wall trying to do a little bit of damage. But that is a 1-for-0 on the side of Durian.
Is absolutely true. Set does walk out of there. Did not catch how close his support was and how far away the response was from Filmy. So, sure enough, Set does get that kill.
Wazy helps get a root. Almond Milk is hit with the ultimate Spiraling Despair going on to Almond Milk. That's a kill for Lava Slide. Slow down onto Superfan. He is stunned. King now on a killing spree. Do Durian continue to go in? They don't because Derry is around.
It's tough. This Zac has kind of flown under my radar for a while, and so has this Trundle. This Trundle built Trinity Force. A lot of damage, a lot of aggression into what I thought would be kind of more of a frontline person. But like, then again, so is Zac, and it's paid off.
They're going for the Otacon.
They are going for the Otacon.
Now, I don't know if I agree with this. I understand that Almond Milk is dead for another 2 seconds, but you ready for this? Is this the fight? Wazy is your front line at the moment, and he is low. He has to flash away. Dire Spark flashes in himself. Is that enough? Without the smite, they can't get the Otacon either, and now it is half health and ready to reset. I think that it resets here. The patience bar is going to go away. Remember, your resistances are drastically reduced when you're fighting this guy.
Right. You do not want to take it to the fight while this guy is wailing on you.
Ooh, Bacon Lips is caught. He gets a decent haymaker. They trade 1-0. The Ignite is down onto Dire Spark. He lives, but only for half a second longer. He goes down. It is a 2-for-1 trade so far. Almond Milk now on the Otacon. Mom goes screaming, breathing fire onto Wazy. Lava Slide is ready to re-engage King in the wings. Otacon has been restarted on the side of Durian Defenders. Geo holding the front line against King and Lava Slide. They're gonna clear. Oh my gosh, wait, the Rift Herald was summoned in the mid lane and it's just taking turrets.
Yep.
But now, King wants to get in close, wants to try and do something. He gets stunned. Geo hits him there. And now without his ultimate, that's an easy kill. Geo is unstoppable, but who gets it? It was stolen by Durian Defenders. Lava Slide takes the Otacon. He will pay for it for his life, but he took it. Holy crap, this game is insane!
He also took Soraka's life as well during that. Oh my goodness, like super, super close. But I do want to highlight, one of our clocks has finished ticking. That is in fact a stacked Smolder, a 7-in-1 Smolder that is doing Elder Dragon damage.
Yeah.
He is executing people. That is not good for the Durians.
No, definitely not. And you know, I saw the indicator for the execute,
Yes.
and I was like, oh, yeah, I guess Smolder stack. It didn't even occur to me
It
that
is
that's something
20
to bring
minutes.
up. Yeah,
Yeah.
big. And
Yeah, it's very, very scary. He just built his third item. This is the best like place that I've ever seen a Smolder ever. And that is not a dunk, more of a dunk on Smolder players than anything. But anyways, you're set.
Bacon Lips might be in some trouble. Actually uses a great ultimate to pull Almond Milk onto Geo. He has the haymaker ready. He wants to aim it where it'll do a decent amount of damage. He has his flash available. Bacon Lips in some trouble. He does have the W, but now his grip bar is completely empty. He doesn't do anything with it. Gibbon is going to give him a shield. He lives for just a sliver longer. Dire Spark joins the fight. So does Derry. Geo is dominating, and that's going to be a Drake over the side of Filmy.
I can tell this Bacon Lips guy is fun to play with. I'll just say that right now. That he makes some pretty funny plays. I don't think they pay off, but I respect the fact that he takes those risks and those gambits. And unfortunately,
Lava Slide gets interrupted. Geo stops him from going in for another steal. Superman is hit with the ultimate from the Wazy, and he unleashed power makes Geo godlike. Lava Slide is going to run away, and now Filmy invade in the jungle. They're going to take a blue buff, and they're going to push up on this turret, which already has a wave. I don't think they'll take it. There he does do a lot of damage, though.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, he gets a second wave. Yeah, that's gone. Turret's gone.
Absolutely. And am I reading that right? Is that 280 stacks on Smolder right now? That Durian defenders are now, the ways for them to win are slowly ticking down. They're kind of getting choked out, and right now, Filmy are looking pretty strong for yet another tournament win. So now the question is, if Durian defenders can turn it around, how do they do so?
Yeah, right now they are defending. They are the Durian defenders, right? They have to defend their base. They have to defend their success earlier in the day. All of these things, and you know what? I'm gonna say something. I disagree with Lava Slide's choice in camp taking here. If he had taken the Krugs first, he might have been able to get the red buff to his whole team because Baron spawns, which means he gives it to everybody in just 15 more seconds.
I don't know if you're absolutely right. I kind of agree with you. Being able to wait and path a little bit better would be smart. And I don't know if red buff is enough for the next fight to make that much of a difference. They're just so strong right now that a small tweak here or there is not going to be enough. A little bit of a slow. There's a lot going on with this Zac that I'm like, he's doing well, but it doesn't feel like he's making enough of an impact. Like he's clearly doing better than the Trundle right now, not just in like kills, but like in pressure for objectives and things like that. Like he was able to summon the Rift Herald and take that turret down while the rest of them were distracted. And I respect that Zac, but I feel like it's a little bit too little too late, especially when it comes to this Syndra, who's crazy. There's 7 kills on the Syndra and the Smolder. They've got the money in the right places. This is not looking good.
I want to draw attention one more time to the Smolder. He's one of those win conditions. When we were talking earlier about the Kayle and how that scaling needs to be what you're playing for, well, we're there, right? He's not behind. Just a single empowered auto attack there onto Gibbon took almost a quarter of his health. That's crazy.
And he's the tank.
Yeah.
Let alone the rest of them. And that burn, and the fact that it's only getting worse every time he does that. Right now, like, obviously if they can kill the Smolder without any repercussions, but I just don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that... I think Smolder is so safe as he is, being able to fly over the wall, being able to just poke from a nice distance. He kind of feels like Ezreal right now, except for he's scaling like Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
That's a terrifying thought.
Absolutely. I want to draw attention to this 40 CS lead that Bacon Lips has. Oh, here we go. Dire Spark. He stops the Elastic Slingshot. He has to go into the World Ender. That's the showstopper. Do they have the damage? So he's pulled back one more time. Bacon Lips picks up that kill. Do they get the kill on the Superfan? He pulls him back in. Flash into... Oh, he flashed to get the Haymaker! But is it going to be enough? Geo is going to unleash the power onto him. Goes legendary. That's 8 kills. Does Derry follow suit? He's burning Gibbon down. He is still alive. But now Derry is on a rampage. He is 8-1. King might be in some trouble here. He has the feathers. He gets the root and runs to his support. Gibbon made it out alive, but only just. And King might be in some trouble. Never mind. Superfan jumps right onto King. No root collar to get Superfan down. Geo wants to keep the fight going. Derry on his wing, ready to keep going. They got to dodge out the Scout of the Week. King is hit. He is hit hard, and that's a kill for Derry.
Man, that is absolutely brutal. One thing that we don't talk about a lot because it's a relatively new change is that Syndra does have that same scaling right now, and she gets her own, I believe it's an execute as well for landing her skill shots. It's how she upgrades her abilities now. But like, we have not talked enough about this 8-0 Syndra that can just blow anyone up, and she doesn't even need her ulti anymore to do it, but she also has her ulti to do it. Like, I think this set is
Watch
hilarious.
this. Here we go. Onto the set, takes a third of his health. Like you were saying.
Yeah.
Without even using the ultimate. Geo doing a lot of work. We see why the Syndra was picked as early in the draft as it was. Very, very strong.
Yeah, and just confident and powerful. I'm kind of glad that Geo gets the chance to shine, like we were talking about after that Victor game, where he was able, or they were able to beat out that Hui. Gotta respect the Hui, who's staying relevant despite some pretty dire situations. But
Right.
But yeah, Syndra is a menace just as much as the Smolder.
Those menaces are going to start up the Baron. Gibbon is on the wings. Lava Slide on the top side. Almond Milk not in the pit. I think that's a little weird because that's your smite. Wazy goes in with the fear onto Dire Spark. Do they have the damage? He's into the Spiraling Despair. I think they just might kill this guy. They knock him up. He goes into the World Ender. He is stunned one more time. Wow. That fight is already a 1-4-2 in favor of Durian Defenders, though. Xayah is low and out of the fight. Wow.
Yes, but the scary people are still up, so however this fight goes.
Almond Milk going in against Gibbon. He throws up the wall to try and keep himself safe.
Side.
He goes down. Zach doesn't want to go in there. But now, Jungler is available. Almond Milk, I don't think you go for the Baron here at this point. I actually think that you try and fight him in the pit. Yeah. Nah, they're still too close.
You definitely don't fight, right? The star players, you're never going to catch them out, but you can't take a fight until you catch either Syndra or Smolder out. And they don't have the CC to absolutely lock them down. Now, Zach can do some stuff. He wouldn't be able to do this stuff with Poppy. But Zach would be able to kind of shut down one of the two characters, and that's just not enough. Zach would just die. So, what is that now? Is that 380 stacks?
380. A kill and a half a minute, by the way. 45 in 30 minutes.
DLC, ladies and gents.
Love.
Some things never change.
Love it. All right. Red buff going to go over to Derry. He's farming up, just trying to get more stacks. 385 now. Gibbon is going to throw up the wall. Safe, but the pillar interrupts the elastic slingshot. And you see, this is one of the things. When you're engaged as exclusively on one champion, you got to be careful where you position. And I think Durian Defenders are starting to realize that they've taken too many just fights.
Yeah, and this could be the beginning of the end right here. Getting a Baron buff would just spell the end of the game. Fighting for the Baron buff could spell the end of the game. Durian Defenders are looking for a miracle right here. I'm not so sure they're going to find it. Super scary position for...
Almond Milk with Geo. They find Gibbon. Gibbon gets the knock-up, jumps away with the stand behind me. And up on the top side, Bacon Lips going up against Dire Spark. It's an even-ish trade, but on the bottom side, Lava Slide has to be careful because Derry has executes. They're getting hit with the Rocka heals both sides. Derry is legendary, taking out King. Wazy has to flash away. Geo gets a nice knockback onto Gibbon. Lava Slide's going to try and help him. Bacon Lips goes down to Derry. Lava Slide is the last one alive. He's knocked up. He is killed. That's a double for the Trundle. And now Phil Me have a clear path straight up the base for the next 30 seconds.
That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy and crippling. And honestly, even the death timers are a little bit staggered, 10 seconds from each other, that once they come up, I don't know if it'll be enough. I think we're looking at the end of the game right here.
It was a great set of fights, a great set of plays to put their mid and bot laners ahead. In the next 6 seconds, the only threat is coming, and that is gonna do it for our finals. Ladies and gentlemen, Phil Me are your second-time champions of the PLC.
Well played, well played. Phil Me, absolute congratulations. I had a blast watching that. I loved talking smack, and they pulled it through. That Smolder got fed real fast.
Real fast,
Real
right?
fast.
Real fast. And power to Trundle. He's not the most exciting jungler to play, but he's a really annoying jungler to play against. And Filmy did a great job setting all of that up.
100%.
Really, really cool. All right, everybody. So those are our finals. Now, typically what we do is we have an interview at the end of our games. But if I'm remembering right, back in April when Filmy won, they wanted to post, or they didn't want to do the interview, and that's fine. So I'm just preparing everybody right now, just in case we don't have one. And I think that's okay, because you know what? I could talk all night.
I legitimately could talk all night. There are things I want to pull up the games right now and kind of dissect them, because funnily enough, I think a lot of the nitpicks that I had of that game were on the side of Filmy, but you know, I think Trundle is kind of a boring person to play, and I think he should have played him even more boring. You know, he built a Trinity Force, and imagine if it was a Dead Man's Blade. But again, it worked out.
Yeah.
Like man, like all power to our Syndra in the mid lane, who had a very tough time playing Victor against a losing matchup, was able to absolutely shine. Did she ever die? I think she.
No,
played
Syndra
a perfect
was
game.
alive the whole game.
That's pretty good. Smolder only dying once in that entire game, like crazy. Honestly, probably could have used an assassin against those teams. We were kind of talking about that, but I'm like thinking about it now. Like, Wei didn't get to shine, but that's because he lost the lane.
Right.
And that's the risks that you take going back and forth.
Yeah.
The choices we make.
There we go. A lot of fun picks, a lot of new picks, a lot of new teams. I think that this was a very, very successful tournament. And congratulations to Filmy once again for coming in. And, you know, despite the loss earlier to the Durian Defenders, they came back looking really strong. They beat down Pandemonium in another just brutal slugfest.
Yeah.
Just so hard fought, so long of a game as well. And they come out on top. It's good to see. I like seeing repeat winners. I'll be honest. I'm a big fan. You guys know, TSM fan. They were the dynasty in NA. And I'll tell you what, every time I see T1 at Worlds, guess for whom I'm rooting? T1, man. I think it's really cool to see.
You got it.
How can you not at this point, right? Five? You got 5? You gotta root for those guys. Only team to do it.
We can dream.
Absolutely, we can dream. So, everybody, I have not heard from production anything regarding our interview, so we're just going to end this be our ending. So, congratulations once again to Filmy. A wonderful set of games. Well played to Durian Defenders in our finals. Well played to our other semi-finalists, the Pandemonium and Hex Tech Hotshots, to all of our teams who played today. It was a blast. So much fun to watch. And Shazbot, before we wrap it all up, do you have any other thoughts?
Yeah, one of my thoughts is that we have an interview.
Look at that.
It sounds like our connection with our broadcast has been severed. I can't quite hear them, but
where's
yeah.
the thing?
Good question.
Where's the thing?
And while he fixes that, I will talk a little bit more. Again, if you haven't signed up for our next tournament, those people that played today, we want to see you again. You were so cool. In fact, if you were any of the people that I shouted out today, be that a person that I nitpicked and you want to like fight me, or if you were someone that I praised, I want to talk with you. Like legitimately, there's a lot of things that I've got questions for you. I've got suggestions that are probably pretty stupid. That's okay. I love doing this. This is why I do it.
Absolutely. All right. And my apologies to everybody. A little bit of a technical difficulty, but we do have an interview. I believe I heard them in the room already. So
Technical difficulties, y'all. That is okay. This is
why is-
bound to
why is
happen with anyone that uses technology,
my
be
thing-
that the Wheel of Stone or be that a computer playing the game League of Legends.
yeah, I have the thing here that's giving me sound, and it just like closed itself. That was really weird.
Yeah, it was too cool of a software. It had to have something
There
wrong
is
with
that. There is that. All right, yeah.
Man.
We can hear production at the moment. It is up, and I believe we are ready to have our interview. It is Gio.
Yeah.
Hello, Gio.
Hey,
Hey
Gio.
guys,
Hey, how's it going?
it's going pretty well. Playing in this tournament a couple of months now. I feel like we're definitely gonna come back next month. Try to hold the
That
title.
is what I like to hear. So, Gio, we saw Phil me 3 times on the stream. Which of those games was your favorite to play?
Ooh, I have to say probably the last one. I feel the last one our team was really coherent with each other, where we were just communicating really well, and we got our revenge. That's the most
Yeah.
important part, right?
Yeah, you played well. It was kind of suffocating sometimes.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, we just tried to abuse with our jungler. Our jungler was given really good comms. We're making
Oh.
really good map rotations. Our top laner, he was Thanos in the top lane. Doing his job.
So, I want to ask you about your first game against the Durian Defenders. What do you attribute to that loss? Was it a bad read on some picks, or was it just a miscommunication and misplays? What do you think?
I feel like for most of that game, during the early parts, anyways, we were really ahead, and then their comp just started getting a little hard to deal with. I feel like if we were at the objectives a little earlier to clear out all the vision and just establish our own and just play for one pick and get out, we would be really good. Because there was a fight that happened where we got Renata, and then we ended up acing them, and we got Baron after. So if we were
right.
able to do that more often, that would have been good.
So then that was the. Sorry, I'm going to soapbox for just a minute here. You got the Baron after that, and then you lost 4 of those Barons fighting at the Dragon. Is there a reason you wanted to fight a non-soul Dragon instead of pushing the lanes?
We wanted to stop them from getting from Soul Point because we felt like the pressure at Soul Point would have been too much, because we didn't want to have to flip a dragon. So we were trying to look for a pick, but they moved just a little bit too early, and our cooldowns were just a little bit off. So it was a bit of a miscommunication on our part.
Okay, so at least there was a reason.
Yeah, and at least there was a revenge too, because while a loss is a loss, a win is a win. So
That is true. So then, how we were talking about how it was probably really difficult to play Victor against the Silas in your semifinals match. Was it as hard as it looked, or were you just chilling the whole time saying, "Don't worry, I scale"?
Early on, the matchup was fine. It was just until we got picked off at Dragon when we got pinched on, where Silas killed our jungler, and then I died to Lee Sin under tower with their bot lane. That was when it started getting hard. But before that, I felt like it was still a pretty even matchup. As long as nobody gets too far ahead, I think I'll outscale them. But once I started dying and I had to drop waves, that's when I felt the pressure come on. And luckily I had my team that carried me through that.
That's exactly what we called out.
and they did great, and I love the coordination for your team. A little bit of a personal question, just because it was one of the themes of our last podcast. What do you guys do prepared for these tournaments? Are you guys just playing flex queues, or how do you get this kind of coordination?
Honestly, most of it is just beforehand. We try to have a really good pep talk, try to just be friends, everyone's get into a good positive mental, and then we tackle the game on just step by step. We don't look too far ahead because we don't want to trip over ourselves, right? So we just want to stay in the moment and stay positive, and from there we'll just skills just show themselves off.
Wonderful. All right, do you have any other questions, Shazbot?
I asked mine.
All right, Gio, do you have anything you want to say before we close out the interview?
I just want to say thank you guys for setting this up month after month. And again, I greatly appreciate it. I've been playing this for 3 months now, and I've enjoyed every moment of it.
We like to hear that. All right, well, Gio, thank you so much. Congratulations again. Please express our admiration and our love to your team for coming back to us, and hope you have a wonderful rest of your Saturday.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
You too, man. All righty, everybody. Well, that is going to do it for our show. Don't forget that July 12th
Yes.
July 12th and August 16th are our next 2 tournaments. So go on Battlefy. I am going to tell you right now, I've heard that the Asian boys have already signed up for July. I'm just saying you can do so as well. And Shazbot, before we close out for real this time, my apologies. Any other thoughts?
Asian Boys, you were a lot of fun to watch. That was maybe one of my favorite tournaments that we've done so far.
Yeah, anytime. All right, everybody. So on behalf of the production team, we want to thank you, our viewers, making this possible. We want to thank our players, every team that came and played. It was incredible to watch, so much fun. Thank you to the casters, production crew, everybody. Don't forget that all of our streams are on YouTube. You can find our podcast episodes. That is PCP, the Progenitor Circuit podcast. I just think I'm funny. Those are also on our YouTube. We are available on Blue Sky, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and we just are so grateful for you all coming back, and we will see you in July.